Good morning, everybody. Hold on. Another boring, choppy day awaits us. Yes. VIX is at 1337. As it has been foretold, all of the memes will run. We'll see. I don't know if you've been made aware, but the infinity pool is currently under construction. Ready for all-time viewers? I doubt it. I don't give a fuck if my CC is down last month and fucking loaded on calls. I don't give a fuck. I'm flying to see you on a yacht with wings. GoV low key up 11% right now. Neat. You have a backlog of memberships. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did this thing just jump the chain? Vorname. Welcome back, Vorname. 630% IV on GME. Oh, yeah. Boom. There we go. We can watch it. DFV has magical powers. Because all of this buying is from him. Gherk, you are salty, aren't you? No, not really. I did make millions. I could have made more. Is it all about Roaring Kitty tweeting? Yeah, obviously. This is what happens when people buy options. Imagine if they'd been doing this for 3 years. I literally have no emotional attachment to Gym anymore, but this is fun. It's kind of neat, yeah. I'm gonna do some degenerate shit. I haven't decided what degenerate shit yet. If it would stay on halted for like 5 seconds. Any idea how high this can go? It's kind of already gone beyond all of those things. 40. 40 is probably the next major strike with interest, but it's already blown up all the short calls. The short calls are blown up at market open. That was where we hit like that like 25 level. Do you know it's 180? Are Jimmy's cyclical runs back on the table? Maybe, yeah. There'll be a lot of options interest on the chain after this. Back to 180, we could chop there for a year. Ugh. The price depends merely on the number of halts today. Probably. This is really just going straight fucking up right now. Lots of delta coming in. Huge amounts of call volumes. Did it fucking halt again? Go to the 5 minutes so I can see this. Also, Vic shot up today, which is weird. How many of the other mid caps are affected? Upstart's up 8%, cost is up 10, XRT's up 5%. Yon 5, Sound 12, Neo 10, Peloton 7. AMC's up fucking 20%. Just bullshit. Top is up 22%, and Fubo's up 11. Huh. No resumption date on the last GME halt. Interesting. I think Discord's muted. Oh shit. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. If GB's at the top of the chain and it keeps rocketing, does that imply a Vana squeeze? Yeah. Yeah, it does. This is already like harder than we ran in March of 2022. And it's getting pretty close to like right, well, actually it's like right at Jan or June of 2021. Not near the like Jan levels, but pretty close. I gotta see what kind of options interest is opening further up on the chain. Let's see. All strikes. There's not going to be open strikes. There's going to be nothing with the leaps, right? Yeah, only leaps still have out of the money strikes. Yeah, there's no chain left. Do you still have shares or calls? No, I got rid of that shit. Anyone know how to place a limit order on your share? You selling everything was the catalyst in December? There's not much you can do. DBS, vertical put spreads, kind of. But good luck getting favorable fills. Yeah, they're not great. I don't want to listen to everybody. I barely got any sleep. I was up all night trading gold futures. This cat is doing nicely. Do you think it's heading to 360 today? I hope so. Yeah. I was targeting like the next PT at 365 and then 375 after that. Although I may pull some of my cap position back before then because of CPI and PPI. How's Beyond Tips looking? I mean, pretty good, but they haven't crossed over yet. How many thousands of calls has DFV sold so far? I have no idea. And not if he's smart. Wait. You wait till vol starts to trim. How is Upstart looking? Are we topping out? Upstart could still run up to like 32. It's got a little bit of range left on it. Although probably not going to get a lot of pressure from GME because GME's in R1K and Beyond's or Upstart's in R2K. So Top is up 40%. Yeah, I know. All the memes are running. Top's running pretty hard. And the indexes are actually kind of starting to falter. The higher IV is causing a bunch of the out of the money calls to fall off of SPX. ES failed the breakout, but it's still holding 5250. Let's see what happens there. Tesla's also squeezing off. It squeezed off like well, a bunch of the puts actually. 70 and 65 puts look like they got fucking hammered. Tesla's ETF's been on reg show for like a few months now. Computer share is down per X. Amazing. who would have thought? It seems odd VIX keeps spiking at open, even though we're climbing higher every morning. I think it's because short calls are closing off, right? So we open up, short calls close, and then everybody sells short strangles. But when the short calls close, especially if there's a lot of them, it reduces the pressure on vol. Trading suspended? What? Interesting. Is this, hold on, I'll check the halt on NYSE. Oh, ow. Fuck me. I slept weird last night. Alright, let's see. Trading halt data just cost GME. What the fuck is kazoo? So GME should halt, and then they should run all the other basket shit. Let's see. It looks just like a standard halt. 10:05 Luddle. Just a pause. It's not a big deal. Computer share is down per X. Oh, I already read that. How hard can GME crash to? I mean, technically it could fall all the way back to Gamma Max, which is, I mean, as soon as buying stops, right? Then the market maker has no reason to continue to hedge at this point. So it can fall all the way back to like, I'm sure Gamma Max has moved up substantially with today's interest, but you know, it was last at like $15, so that could be a bit rough. It's Jimmy's 1-day percentage record. Oh Jesus. It's probably ridiculous. $103.94. 52. There was that weird fucking overnight run in Jan of 2021. Probably have to go back pretty far to find the largest moves. This might be the winner. Yeah, 103% in Feb of 24. Intraday though, like intraday, it's definitely moved this much. Like during Jan and stuff. Hmm. Let's switch to regular candles so we can get a little bit better idea where the gaps are. Fucking halt again? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. No. Huh. Gen 60 on Jamie was 1200 before the halt. You say something about Upstart. If it breaks 28, it goes to 32. Yeah, if it breaks 28, it can go as high as 32. 28's roughly where Gamma Max is, so it's got about 15% range beyond that. Casas suspended on WeBull. Jimmy says nothing on WeBull, so it's that was fucking crazy. I'm not showing a fucking halt anywhere. What the hell's going on? Oh, there we go. 10, 12. Little pause. They're fucking a bit late to the game with that one, weren't they? Safe to say Jimmy runs, OPEX and such are back on the table after this. They could be, yeah, because there's gonna be a lot of like vol shorts out on the extremes of the chain, right? Especially as they open up more of the chain, everybody's gonna start selling those like super far out of the money calls and puts again, right? And paring down IV that way. A lot of what drove prior cycles was closing all of that shit out, right? You have a Dan leg now, and you're awful at trading stocks and options and all other types of securities. Do not YOLO back into GME, Dan Almighty. Don't you do it. I mean, it's tempting. Jedward, welcome back to Pigeon Well, man. Kenny's gonna be even richer again. The only person who made more money than Ryan Cohen on GME, Ken Griffin. DFV tweeted, and then this happens. Neat. Yep. Yeah, it is. I'll buy 510 weeklies again. I won't buy 510 weeklies again. Don't worry, they're not for sale. Can you comment on J&J trading in their stocks for debt on KView? Uppies should be good for them. Yeah, I know a bunch of their debt transferred over. So resolving some of that would definitely help with the book value at least. 4 more years until the next tweet, maybe. Sorry. Well, I haven't shouted anybody out because it's like members only mode and I'm paying attention to other shit. But let me get it in there. Hold on. Welcome, Nugsy, Tim, Brett. That's just anyhow. Let's go. Upstairs. We topping out. De-engineer to Cornishon or Dillionaire. Thank you guys. Hit me up on the Discord if you need added to the country club. Jedward, welcome back to Pigeon Whale. Everyone's getting all hyped today. Talk to me about SPX. We're looking. Also, I'm still on that pre-release list. Yes, you are. SPX looks like it might fail the 30 test and fall back towards 25 again. Volatility is staying pretty high. And with memes and like small and mid caps squeezing off, it may be a bit of a risk for them to short vol heavily today. If you guys remember the days of yore, GME up hard, VIX up hard, right? Everybody's got to get margin, and most of them are going to get it from selling SPX or SPY. Kenny and I are so fucking back. I've never sold so many calls before. Are meme stocks running from share recalls when market crash? Maybe. Okay, so that's a possibility. Although, I do remember GME ran pretty hard before 2020. I don't remember how hard it ran. But it had like a lot of fucking activity before the COVID crash. It might have been like 50% or something like that. I didn't own any back then, but I do remember that happening. Another month, another mortar blasted in your inbox. Everyone needs to chill on Jimmy until they write the 510 call again. This is just bullshit. It's interesting. Oh, we halted again. Fantastic. Let me see some other shit. Meta's down, Nvidia's down, Netflix down. QQQ's only up 24 points. And on the back of what? Apple and Tesla? Apple's doing pretty well today. It bounced back. Might squeeze off the 85 calls if it pushes much higher. Carvana's up 3%. EP. Referral, Upstart, BTU. Oh, what's cost doing? Cost is falling. What did that run from? $2? 5? A little over 100%. AMC is paring back its gains a little. GME's halted right now, so I'm just looking around. Yeah, cost is running pretty hard. Or cost ran pretty hard. Nordstrom's has a little bit of a run going, not much. Kohl's too. It doesn't look like a lot of the rest of the basket is running. Top ran pretty hard, and Fubo. Fubo always used to run with GME though. I don't see a reason for it to run with GME now, however. They're no longer in the same indexes or anything. Yellen speaking to Bloomberg, and the market is unbothered. Something is afoot. What's she saying? BNED's drilling? Of course it is. Why did BNED tank? Why not? Oh, fuck me. Allergies are killing me today. No, Beyond's not. Beyond is R2K. GME is like one of the only memes that's in the Russell 1000. BNED's not a meme stock. It's like no correlation there at all, I don't think. You got an elephant to keep your kitty company. How sweet. Yeah, I thought so. It's a mini elephant. So they run GME first since it has the highest risk than everything else, or what? I mean, a lot of the other things have started to run. Maybe. If they're trying to contain risk, that's possible. You got that Colombian fever? I don't even know what that... What? No. Are you planning to buy back your shares on GME when it's settled still, or don't touch it? I can just buy options, right? That's all shares are. They're just fractional options. GoEV running just because the memes are up? Probably, yeah. Fubo's tips are a little spicy. It's not like breaking out like crazy yet or anything, but above 150, if it starts to squeeze off all of Atomic's short calls, maybe. It's critical. US is on a fiscally sustainable path. Why can't she just say that the US is currently on an unsustainable fiscal path? 1,600 viewers. Pamp the like button, you degens. This is very interesting. Should probably be paying attention. Give me 1 second. Okay, we've got a lot of ETF liquidity right now. We found a top at 38.32, so just shy of the $40 calls. There's a downside gap, 31.98, 31.99. I don't think indexes really matter as far as the meme stocks go, but we got a little bit of bullish momentum on SPX here. And a little bit of a vol short coming in, so we might see a test of like 35. A lot of the upside calls are pulling back on SPX. Like the 50s, the 50, 55, 5260 kind of trimmed back a little bit. We still have support at 25, but there's more puts to the downside of 20 now. Let's see what volume looks like on the $35 call. We don't even have a $35 call here. 16,600. This is all institutions. 16,600 calls at 34 on the weekly. Next weekly, starting to get a little bit of interest. End of the month, not much. June OPEX, we got 15,000 calls on the $40 strike. Jan, 18,000 calls on the $60 strike. Jimmy gonna run some more? It could, but failing 30 here would be very bad. At least in the short term. I have $20 June cover calls out. What's the chance that these get exercised early? It's possible. Unlikely, but it's possible. Alright, I'm positioned for MOASS. Go to view top of the chains and buy Jan 25, 40, 400 Ps. Excellent, Dork. Is there a way to play this if I'm deeply underwater on cover calls for June 21, $12 cover calls? You can roll them out. That's about all you can do. If you want to avoid an assignment, you can roll them out. Why the fuck do you have $12 cover calls? When did you even have a chance to sell those? Yeah, you can roll to capture a bit more premium. It's not going to be super profitable. You can hedge the difference between, you know, your covered call and the upside. Although I'm going to take it that you didn't use any of your credit for that. I agree. Open the history folder, play some of the songs for the Super Stacker. If Jimmy breaks 34 again, can we get the VUP song? Sure. Volume's picking up a little bit. I'm gonna switch back to the 1 minute, see what's going on here. This is a little bearish, not filling the gap. SPX is testing 25. That's kind of bearish. If SPX loses 25, it can slip pretty hard. There's almost no support to the downside. 5,200. That's not shame underwater CC sellers today. Yeah, but I mean, if it runs up above your strike, like buy a call, right? It's not VUP. It's Pickles on Parade, you swine. Did you enter some GoEV CSPs you talked about yesterday? Not today, not yet. Although I could. I have some already. I did get distracted by Jimmy and remembered to short Carvana at the peak. Thanks again. Cool. Are they crashing the market to pay for my Bobby calls? Where are you keeping them, Popcorn? Greeks on Carvana? Yeah, sure. Give me a second. Did JFresh update those? Of course not. Son of a bitch. Give me a second. Gamma max is 130. Gamma neutral 117. Delta neutral it's 93.96. A little bit of support at 25. We're so far above gamma max on GMA. This is actually insane. I mean, historically, this is the most we've gone up above gamma max, maybe ever. Gamma max is at 1460 right now. 13. 13. Oh, because it dropped on the expiry. 1558. That update again today? Yeah, let me put that in the GME chat for everyone. So I think we pushed out another update on the neutrals. 1 second. Boop. Yeah, through that. All right. Interesting. So we're almost 100% above gamma max. That's perfectly reasonable. I don't even think Nvidia did that post earnings. That's also frightening because that means the MM can just, like on the down tick, the MM can just dump gamma until we get back to $15. I just want to be sure that none of this happens without a DFV tweet, right? I don't think so. The pre-market FOMO, definitely the DFV tweet, right? The intraday, that's institutions. Like once the options chain opened up, there's all of Super Stonk and Wall Street Bets combined are not buying, 50,000 calls and blocks. Especially not at the current prices, right? It would be a big gamble to buy a $15 put. Yeah. They're very expensive. Andrew Tate also tweeted he was buying $1 million USD. what's he gonna do with all those dollars? I don't know who he is. Who's Andrew Tate? Crimes? Beyond PT for this week, a forced covering period up 105%, June 10, 12 Cs. Trying not to hold. I'd like to see it get back above the $8 calls. It's above the 750 ones right now, which is huge, but still not above the $8 calls. Jimmy's getting some support here at the 30 strike. It's not breaking down as quickly as you would think. There's still some degens on this. Although, if we get a pullback under 30, we're probably going to see a bunch of the weeklies get wiped out. You don't want to know? Isn't he like in a Romanian prison? How do you end up in Romanian prison? He's an influencer for incels. Oh, okay. Andrew Tate is professional Druisis? Druis? What the fuck is that word? He's fake. Human trafficking. Allegedly human trafficking. Like all crimes committed in Romania are alleged, right? You just gotta buy your way out of them. Well, this price action on Jimmy, I think it's a small ask to get SPX to 6,000 end of day. Negative beta. He talks about the Matrix. Memes are having a good day. He started as a fighter and then blew up. SPX 3000. Buy your way out of crime the same way you can buy humans. Let's not get into that. Ended in Romania to escape and arrest in the US, or was it Canada? So, like, Joseph Gordon Levitt? What will this do for GME? T2 or 5? I mean, it depends on what the price falls back to, but I'm sure there'll be some aftershocks. Does SPX look like it can break 25 to the downside? It might be able to. They're really not getting volatility under control, and there's some put buying. Although we don't have any news today, I don't see any reason for us to dump hard. And there is plenty of support at 25. But we're getting a bunch of sold calls out of the money 35, 40, 45. Some short puts at 52.20. But it depends on if we lose the short strangle or not. DFE dumping his bags. Yeah, that's what's happening. We don't even know the condition of DFE's bags. Has he tweeted a position yet? Jamie halted. Just be prepared that drops can get really rough. And let me say this for the GME bulls. If you have an options position that's worth taking a screenshot of, you probably also have an options position that's worth taking profits on. Could the GME cycles come back? If options interest on the chain remains stacked, yes. I'm responding sarcastically to someone else's baseless speculation with your own baseless speculation, right? If you look at the timestamp of his post, the leaning forward angle, you can deduce his bag status. Thoughts on June OPEX, tight short put ladder on WMT. Short put ladder, WMT. Short put ladder or a put ladder? Shawarma. Superstock told me options bad. They're idiots. Sub of the strawberry ads on your stream. I don't know. Have you been searching for strawberries? Google knows you better than I do, D-Engineer. Why would options interest come back if the company doesn't like it's looking to grow or improve? What? Because there's a bunch of options being bought today. They said it was happening. I said sure. Not baseless. I mean, DFE hasn't posted a position, so we don't know what he has. Little did anyone know, the DFE tweet about getting serious means he's putting all his money into dividend-yielding stocks. Maybe he's just buying puts on SPX. Too late to buy Upstart? Risky now. It's above 28. If it continues to push up, which it could, it's got about a $32 cap. Probably, yeah. I mean, I'd imagine options are pretty overpriced here above GM. GME's still only worth $6. Archie should sell or issue more shares. They should issue more shares. Upstart looks okay. Thanks, Kitsune. I think it keeps going. That's what I said yesterday. It's still $32 target. Baseless speculation is my go-to move. Nice. Everyone needs to think he's like a market maker on the stock with a cost basis of dumb cheap. No reason for DFE to sell. He's probably selling blocks of 40s and 45s. Just my thoughts. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to sell with his cost basis. That's accurate. Unless the business shows signs of like failing or going under. There is a problem with liquidity on the covered call side. Not now, obviously, but there has been for the last year. I mean, I had way less GME than DFE did, and I couldn't get liquidity to sell all of my covered calls. Maybe because he was selling all of his, but RC's gonna do a share offering and buy 10-year treasuries, investing. Do we still have shares left in their shelf offer? I don't, maybe not. No, I don't think so. They had one prior to the June earnings. And then yeah, I don't think they have another one. June was fully issued. They do? There are 300 million shares left in the shelf. Which shelf? Is this new or is it like post split? Are you talking about like how much shares they have left to issue in the float? Because that has nothing to do with being a shelf offering. I mean, the share lending on GME sucked this whole time. There've been a few instances where it's hit like a decent number, but most of the time the borrow rate on GME is extremely low. I think like during the split we had a few months where it stayed kind of elevated, but the rest of the time it's been like 1-2%. RC will do this. GFE will do that. It's, of course, it's all baseless speculation. But you saying that they won't is also baseless speculation. It's just all baseless speculation because no one's actually said anything. They upped their limit on the float. Sorry, they had 75 million pre-split available. Yeah, that's okay. The market is speculation. Move on. Stop speculating on his speculation. My middle name is baseless speculation. That's good for you, Popcorn. In other news, what are your thoughts on AMKBY up here near 850? I mean, I'm glad it's going up. That's usually what you want stocks you own to do. I heard from my friend's dog's brother that DFE doubled down. Bullish. Actually, Carl's Icons people said something about doing something to shorts they would never forget. That's what my money's on. Interesting. I think this is Jim Simon's last stand. Rentech fucking loved going long GME. And whoever sold the short puts that kicked off this whole thing spent millions. Any chance you'll full port puts and rip your shirt off later when Jimmy hits 17? Like Throwback Thursday, but it's Monday? I have a put on Jimmy. It's not up. It's $2 in the money and it's down. Buying back my Jimmy 30Cs for a nice 40% profit. Nice. What's up, Bipolar Bear? I finally sold my first cover call. Am I a criminal now? Yes. Yeah, officially. Welcome to the club. Been buying back all GME shares, buying back all my GME shares at a higher price. That's always historically worked out well for people. Nothing like buying the top. Short GME are still too dangerous. It's probably not worth it. Like, I bought a put just to see, but it's IV's crushing faster than the prices dropping. I don't think anyone asserted anything was true. My position is that no one had evidence one way or another. You didn't say that. You just declared their speculation as baseless. Can you cover SVX? What's gone on with it since open? What do you expect for the rest of the day? Well, we failed the 40 test. We got a bunch of covered call or a bunch of short calls at 40 and 45. Those have continued to accumulate. And volatility has stayed pretty steady throughout the day without too much shorting going on. Not true. I got a $20 put for $1.06. For a weekly put, $10 out of the money. There's a non-zero percent chance. I sold everyone in this chat that calls on GME. As soon as ComputerShare starts letting people log in, this shitcoin's going back to $5 fast. So I'm sure they'll fix it at the bottom. GME cost basis at 30 now. What? Smoochies? Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, is that down from your prior cost basis? In which case, well done. What are your current thoughts on the state of VWAP? It's right there at $30.25. Holy shit, you have to pay to chat now? What's up, fellow 6 foot tall man? How have things been? Oh, you disgusting meat pie son of a bitch. Welcome back. No, you don't have to pay to chat. I just don't want to listen to the super stonkers and their theories. It's better for my mental health to just block them out. Pissquick recipe update. Beyond coming down despite the pressure, indicative of nothing happening this week for it other than sideways. Not necessarily. It doesn't have any forced covering until Wednesday for reg show. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. Can I A, buy back my cover call on GME, or B, 0DT my way out of keeping my GME shares, or finally be out of GME? It's up to you, man. Those all sound like decisions you need to make. My pronouns are bull bear. Good thing someone keeps gifting me membership. Who was that? Oh, it was me. I did it. When do you think we get a nice steady pullback like April, all-time high, or double top first? What, on SPX? I mean, we have CPI and PPI this week. Both of them could be really bad, especially for break-even inflation expectations, right? And if those go up, yields are going to go up, dollar's going to go up, financial conditions are going to tighten, and, short vol's already at, like, max leverage right now. I said a Ko-Fi, but it's not about GME. Did I not see it? Do you think we'll see significant downs for SPX tomorrow, Wednesday, due to the data coming out this week? I feel like CPI will be super hot and we could go back to 5,000. That's possible. Yeah. I mean, to the downside of 5,200, the SPX has basically no support. It's nothing but short puts, right? So, yeah, I mean, if we fall and vol picks up, there's definitely a lot of room to the downside. We can fall right back through gamma neutral, both on the monthly and the weekly, probably, and as far as like DN. I don't know if we'd make it much further by the end of this week, but we could definitely see a serious pullback on hot inflation. That's all the bond market's waiting on. However, if inflation is cool in any way, up. Jimmy, how that GME falling? Can you talk CPI, PPI? Just did. Are you buying any puts for PPI, CPI? Maybe. You said you stayed up trading gold futures. Was something spicy there? No, not particularly. I just had to hedge my GLD position because gold got rejected at like the fucking was like the 2380 test, 2385. So I still have like a GLD August position, and I wanted to have like a little bit of a hedge on the rejection, and then when I close that, which I haven't yet, but when I do, I'll just roll that into more GLD calls, probably out of the money. Memes running, share recalls, why everything at once? It's possible, yeah. We've seen a few of the memes have some pretty big runs lately. Um, and if we're seeing share recalls this early into the bounce on SPX, like before we've even broken back above the all-time high, it very well could be that we're getting share recalls across like small and mid caps. Jefferson was hawkish this morning, a little bit, yeah. Take this opportunity to make chat pigeon wheels only. Is Upstart getting support here? Maybe. There's a big call wall at 28, but we fell just a little bit below it. If it breaks down below 27.44, I'm gonna close my calls though. Because that's just a rejection. At that point, that's a rejection off of Gamma Max, which is bad. Jimmy's starting to stabilize here. Hmm. That's interesting. Hmm. SPX hasn't failed 25 yet, but it looks like it's going to. DFV tweeted again? God, this is like 2021. Makes me feel young again. Hmm. TV provocative. I mean, it's got Hugh Jackman, so yeah. It's pronounced Huge Jackman. Pushed it underwater, it's gonna pop. Mm. They might just keep pushing it underwater. I think he's trying to insinuate that you look like Hugh Jackman. If DFE wants to come and talk to me, he's more than welcome. Kind of want to fucking double up on these SPX puts. They're so cheap. Jimmy's gonna break VWAP. Damn, yeah, Forex is spicing up. Yeah, but I'm confused on why he's back. Why now? Is it actually him? Oh, DFGV? What? Dixie up 20 cents in 3 minutes. Hmm. The 5 years back at 4.5. Yuan and yen are dropping hard against the dollar. Pound and euro are up against the dollar, though. A little iffy. Are we up to date right now, Dork? Dork. See if his lawyer is likely to need supplemental oxygen. What is that DFE video? Make me want to buy a call. Breaking VWAP kind of makes me want to buy a call. Fucking just reasonably priced calls, man. Ooh, rejected. Hmm. I supported 52.20, but more support at 52.15. Do it myself. Don't fall for Jimmy's siren song. Tell me what to do. I think DFU made a huge mistake coming back. They've changed the rules. It's insane that one random dude who nobody knows has quite literally started a run on a stock with a tweet. What a time to be alive. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Is this Jimmy action a reversion to old cycles or a one-time event? We'll have to see how the option chain settles out after Shortfall gets some control. If DFE has been selling CCs since he went quiet and took all the money and bought more shares, how many could he get? I mean, you could assume that he made if he was doing that, like if he sold in the money cover calls on every run, he would have made like 1,200% over the last couple years, maybe a bit more. So he could like 12x his position. Is DV actually saying he was the one who bought all the chains, all the calls of the chain, to push the hype himself? Since options have been dead for a while, I don't know if he's saying that. I mean, he's got the money to buy a lot, but he doesn't have the money to buy all the calls that are on the chain. There's far more money on the chain than that, like billions, right? Should we talk about replicating baskets? Who weaves these baskets? What's the material? Tiers, retail tiers. Unusual whales saying brokerages not processing trades because of GME, and replies below are gold. How could DFV do this to the yen? That's rough. Bulls are clawing their way out of the $25 range. Does DFV's tweet mean he's going to cut interest rates? No, I didn't buy any GME options. I might sell some if this looks like it's gonna be over. Just a lower test. You can have the afternoon. I mean, they've got it back above 25. I'm getting a little bit of VIX shorting, not enough. Delta's a little bit negative right now. So they're trying to get it back above. Yeah, short puts have not been performing well today. I just got squeezed out a couple times through here. Managed to get a little bit of a handle on this bounce, but they could still lose it, I think. Mostly because short calls are still coming in pretty hard. But we're probably just gonna get strangled out again today, right? We failed to break out substantially above 50 52.35, which Bulls needed the breakout in order to get a leg up to that next level, and that little like out of the money call ramp. Let's test at $3. Couldn't there be a higher high at T+2? Yeah, well, depending on how much of the upside we retain tomorrow. Yes. I'm start looking for going higher. It failed to test at Gamma Max, which is kind of disappointing. But it's holding 2750. I think as long as it holds 2750, the consolidation stays moderately bullish. If it loses 2750, though, that would be pretty bad. How could they lose control over Jamie once again after all the regulatory changes and while all the regards were shouting for over 3 years what their plan was and how they want to achieve it? I mean, it's a big assumption to say that they've lost control of GME. I don't know if that's necessarily true. It seems kind of under control right now. Jesus fucking Christ. They're short and fall hard. Hmm. Hmm. Reversals at 52, 27, 67. I'm gonna put a stop on these. Stop at like $3. In case I get the upside breakout. Grandpa John, welcome to Cornishon. Also, how you been, man? Institutions that move entire indices. Nope, definitely lost control of a mid-cap company shitco. Listen, stop trying to kill everyone's hype and fun, okay, poopy pants? If DFV lives, how many calls will you buy? If DFV goes live, how many calls will you buy? None. Gappy. Hmm. Vol still coming down. What's cat doing? Still having a tough time with 60. TFE's not gonna collab with anybody. He's not streaming. He's just having fun on Twitter. He posts a position update on Wall Street Bets, and he's still in. The stock could run aggressively tomorrow. Yeah. I just entered the call leg of my PPI straddle. I couldn't resist. What's the bottom left ticker? GME. Isn't GME a much worse company than it was when DFE was bullish? The bull case would have to be based on something other than other than them actually making money. I mean, Jimmy's not in a worse position than it was when he was bullish. It's just they don't have any growth prospects. My TISM caused me to hold Upstart earnings calls, was rewarded, and I don't know how to feel about it. Upstart had a nice day today. It feels like a party in here. I love you, Gherk. I learned a lot since this whole GME saga. Thanks for everything. Thanks, User88. Thank you, dude. Welcome to Cornishon, everybody. Give Yuza a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, man. DFV owns the float. No. Discord overwhelmed by super stackers right now. Where's Carl? I don't see any super stackers. Hmm. Vol up, GME up. Interesting. Calls are piling up at a 30 strike on GameStop. Question is if they're being sold. IB at spots declining a little bit. Liquidity's pretty blown out there. We're getting a little bit of shorting on XRT, but not a ton. It got stopped out of SPX. Why must it hurt me? I don't know. SPX looks like it's going to be pretty fucking choppy today. $1,462 people watching, 16 likes, winning. Let's see. 1 hour. That looks like it's peaked, but let's check the 15 minutes. I see a little bit of a decline in volatility. Liquidity's picking up a bit. Still not seeing a lot of call selling of the 30. So that's holding up. It's a big fat gap at 34. I just want to sell fucking butterflies on SPX today. God, there's fucking nothing going on here. SPX looks so boring. Median inflation expectations increased to 3.3 from 3% at the 1-year horizon, remaining below its 12-month trailing average of 3.5. Decreased to 2.8% from 2.9% at the 3-year horizon, and increased from 2.8 from 2.6 the 5-year horizon. The survey's measure of disagreement across respondents, the difference between 75th and 25th percentile of inflation expectations decreased at the 1-year horizon, increased at the 3 and 5-year horizons. Median inflation uncertainty, or the uncertainty expressed regarding future inflation outcomes, increased at the 1 and 5-year horizons and declined at the 3-year horizon. Median home price growth expectations increased to 3.3% after remaining unchanged at 3% for 7 consecutive months. This is the highest reading of the series since July of 2022. The increase was most pronounced for respondents with high school degree or less. Nice. When higher GME strikes open up tomorrow, if we hold these prices, when RC said they want to invest GME money in other companies, did he? No, everything was still in short-term treasuries as of the last earnings. Also, they like heavily modified that agreement after it was originally put into place. It'd be funny if we found out DFE's Twitter was hacked and it wasn't him tweeting. It's definitely him tweeting. Otherwise, it'd be like just ads for some shit coin, right? Do we know why BNet had such a drastic drawdown over the weekend? No. Do you have tips on top? I do. Yeah. They're moving. Top's rocketing. Top's almost up 57% today. Tips are going wild. Just straight vertical. TFE told me about SHIB. Now it's up 25%. Coincidence? I think not. Oh, Jesus. His tweets hold legitimate value. He wouldn't tweet without some information or something like that. I think I finally learned the don't chase lesson because this is having no effect on me whatsoever. I mean, I want to sell calls, but I don't want to do it until the options chain's blown out. You sell your upstart calls, about half of them. I have some runners, though. I don't like that it's losing 27 right now. I'll probably cut the rest. Yeah, I know it's up at $2. Hmm. Why does Caterpillar keep failing 55? Ooh, SPX dumped hard. Son of a bitch. Is it gonna hold 20? What do you think about the Tesla reentry? I'd wait. It started to squeeze off this morning too. It failed the 75 test and it fell back to 172.50, but some of the puts that were on the chain also broke down. So I'd probably wait until it dips back below 170. It's still just a bit above my risk right now. GV was hauled into Congress for market manipulation. He understands the value of his words and actions. He wasn't hacked. He probably knows, or sees something and is generating interest. It's generated interest, that's for sure. DFE tweet. Boop. The fuck? All right. Just a spike and fall there. Should have held on to those 320 puts. Or 230 puts. 220? Yeah. So third tweet has hit Twitter. I just saw it, yeah. Not gonna lie, DFE owns the internet today. Yes, he does. Maybe DFE just feels lonely and wants some attention. He's never struck me as the kind of person that seeks that out. DFE is acting like he wants to be hauled into Congress again. We'll see. What if DFE's NDA has now expired? That's a possibility. I don't think anybody knows what happened with the Mass Mutual shit, but there could have been repercussions. Bullish on Radiohead stack. All of a sudden, are they dropping a new album that only DFE knew about? But no. It disappeared for 3 years and doesn't care about seeking our attention. DFE may actually be regarded. So wait for everyone to crash the market now and blame it on DFE. Ooh, that's a good idea. Is it worth getting into Jamie on Wednesday again if there's signs of a T+2 bump? We could get a T+2 bump from Friday tomorrow. Still, we're way above. We're way above where spot was at Friday close. Wednesday would be from today. Although I'm gonna say constantly failing VWAP like this isn't exactly bullish. The staying power is really impressive though, because the MM's just dumping delta as the price falls. And yet we're holding up pretty well. Hmm. Hold on, I need to check something here. Um, this is support on SPX. If SPX loses 5220, even the 5200 support kind of looks like shit. There's a lot of puts coming in at 5200. Still very supportive on all expirations, but the 0 DTEs, it's put heavy. There's a little bit of a call wall building up at 75 to the downside. Pounds high for today, 74. The longer this drags out on Jamie, I feel like the more bullish it gets. Does top have more range? Seems liquidity is returning to the memes. Yeah, it might. There's some out of the money calls on it. I mean, $2 is a big strike, but if it were to break two, it could run a little bit more, I think. Are you eyeing another SPX put, or do you think it's going to chop if you touch an option? I think it's going to chop anyway, but I'm just hoping that chop goes down. We have 11 more strikes to June 21 chain on GME. All the way up to 55. Okay. Intraday? Interesting. What do you think PBR will do for earnings today? I'm not sure it has earnings today. Does it? Oh, tonight. I don't know. They already announced the dividends. Projections are pretty low. They might be. I don't know. Prices have been a little bit elevated through this last quarter. Oil should be doing okay, at least. I do know that they made like one acquisition this quarter, so that might weigh on their books a little more heavily. E-Trade finally let me in. Jimmy chop all day. Angry. We'll probably get better into the back half of the day. I think holding 28's good because anybody selling calls at 30 can still get squeezed out. Anybody holding calls at 25 is holding up the floor, so this isn't that bad of a range to be in if it can hold up. Is GoEV gonna squeeze with GME? I mean, it had a little bit of a run today with GME this morning, but it looks like it's kind of settling back down a bit. They have earnings in a couple days, or tomorrow night. Options chain exploded from retail buying. Super Stock says this is purely criminal shorts being forced to cover by Keith Gill in a bold act of financial warfare. That sounds accurate. Are the GME tips just welded together at this point? No. And right now they're kind of starting to turn around a little bit. But not enough to say that this is over or anything. We're just getting like a little bit of short call selling here. A little bit of shorting in XRT. It doesn't look like there's a lot of shorting in the mid cap ETFs. I think overall we're still pretty stable, and like on the 4 hour, nothing's turned around really. I really want SPX to lose 52.20. Yields on the front end of the curve are coming up a bit. USD JPY 156. Dixie's coming up. Ooh, 1 month correlations dropping really hard. I wonder if we're just getting de-risking on short vol. That's a big fucking turnaround today. Maybe they don't want to carry that much exposure into. Huh. Well, forward yield on volatility is at like negative 1.61. A big move from negative 8% last week. Interesting. Tup got room to keep going? Maybe. There's not a lot of analysis we can do on the Tup's options chain. There's short calls on it out to $3, but not a ton of them. So maybe it could keep running. Although I would say it's well beyond Gamma Max already. So at this point, if Tup's gonna keep going, it has to get a lot of out of the money calls coming in. How are you gonna feel when Jimmy is dying and beyond pumps? It'd be interesting. I don't like that Beyond ran today. Although the tips did get tighter, so maybe it's a good thing. They still haven't crossed, which is nuts. But the higher low is good, right? It sets us up well for the spring to the upside on force covering Wednesday when it starts. I mean, did Beyond run? Like, it wasn't that much volume. I mean, what's really important is that it broke above the short calls. But no, it hasn't been a ton of volume yet. Like 1.9 million. Odds this pushes XRT on Reg Show. They might need to get XRT on Reg Show to short it back down again. Are you gonna feel when Jimmy's at $50 tomorrow? That'd be neat. GME short puts coming in? That's a good question. Intraday, I don't really have a comment on it. There's not much I can say about it. Maybe we don't track like GME options data the same way we do SPX. So as far as like intraday updates, we'd have to set up like a whole thing for that. It'd be a bitch. With you and DFB being good friends, I've never spoken to him in my life. Can you tell him to tweet something about Beyond or GoEV? DFB's not here to pump our shit stocks, alright? No, I just did it immediately, put in flaps. What's Gamma Max on Beyond right now? Did it climb back up a bit after the earnings drop? No, which is good actually. Um, you don't want Gamma Max moving up. You want it to continue to move towards spot. Gamma Max is at $10 now, and Gamma Neutral is at $8.12. Delta Neutral at $8.65. Vega's at $18.93. More legs down on SPX ES. So we have support at 22 or 20 rather. I don't know. If vol continues to tick up, I don't see why not. But losing the $20 level would be very bad. I feel like bulls are going to try to defend it. If they can't, however, we could go down to like 20. I think we could go down to 21 or 5,200 pretty easily. So a little bit of chop here, probably similar to the other consolidation period, and then we'll see if we can fail. Volatility is still kind of sneaking up a bit, so that might be kind of bearish. There's still sold calls coming in, which is keeping Gamma pushed down, or Delta pushed down at least a little bit. Delta's still negative. So yeah, we could slide a bit more. Jamie holding above 2750. Not a lot of calls there. Oh, those are puts. 26,620 at 25 on the weekly. Mm. 15,000 volume at the 30 strike. 34. 33,000 volume at the 30 strike. That's pretty supportive. There's 10,000 volume today at 25. Jimmy to the moon, am I right? Also, I hereby endorse Beyond Gravy, Top, and Upstart. Thanks, Gherk. You'll always be my best friend. Thanks, fake DFV. I appreciate it. Looks like retail sold a bunch of NVIDIA by GME and then started to change their minds about 30 minutes after market open. Maybe. SPX and VIX getting a little freaky. I'm gonna need an X chair to keep short vol out. Can SPX plow 52.15? I don't think 52.15 looks very supportive. There's a little bit of a call wall at 52.10, but it's small. And there's intraday puts to the downside. If the short puts get squeezed off below 20, it's gonna drop pretty hard. So the bulls need to defend that at least a little bit. We got a pretty straight path to 5200 from spot on the downside. So they need to hold 2025. ES doesn't look particularly bullish. It's struggling a little bit with the 5250 resistance. We did get a bounce at 5240. But this just could continue down. Like this doesn't look very good. Very much double top. Identity theft is a serious crime. How much money would Roaring Kitty account need to ko-fi you to know it's actually him? I mean, I could look at like the PayPal statement and see his first name, right? Or his initial. Pontiff Gill. Dude, I'll hop in my car and drive up to fucking Brockton right now. Me and him can go get some shitty Boston pizza, eat cannolis at Mike's, hang out in front of State Street and make funny faces at them through the windows. Mike's cannolis taste like burnt flour and regret. So same like Boston. Throws money at the screen. Listen, I won't accept your baseless New York City v. Boston rivalry. We're not sports fans here. Wait, what did it have to do with sports? He's already tweeted like 3 times today. Puddin' flaps. Tribalism and sports go hand in hand. I want to be a sports fan either. My teams are the Red Sox and Celtics. Surely this last tweet will be the one to cause MOASS. That's how it works, right? Alright, I think this is make or break for the Bulls. They need to get... Yeah, they need to get us back above the 52.26 for Delta to turn positive. The 52.27. But if we fail here again, we're gonna retest 20. And also futures looks terrible. They still haven't gotten back above 52.50 on futures, even with the bounce. Thanks, someone, whoever that was. I appreciate it. You got any insight on how BB looks? I got 11 DTE up 100% on open. Curious how these next couple of days play out. I could take a look at it. I don't even know if we can pull the data for that. Maybe we do. Nope. Got a little higher high on the peak here. I mean, it might pull back again, but the accumulation looks good out on the daily. Hard to confirm it before that gap's filled, but tested the gap today. I guess it depends on how much theta you have. Like, can you wait that out, or are you just short dated? No, I'm not super annoyed. I turned it to like members only chat, so I don't have to fucking listen to anybody. It's awesome. No worries, VWASP. Sorry about that. Maybe it was the return of the VWASP. I'm a member. Neat. I've never done this before, like members only during the intraday stream. That's not true. There was that time that we got invaded by crypto bots. So DFE's directly fighting the hedgies. Roaring Kitty, 1v1, Kenny in the options chain. Yeah. Yeah, he is. If we could squeeze out the 30 calls, it could shoot up to 40, I think. Like an actual test of 40, not a failure of a test of 40 like we got this morning. And there's still this big fat gap here, which the MM's not gonna like. I feel so special. Could you please go into the fact that GM not moving up is a good thing for Beyond? It means that there's not a lot of out of the money calls being sold. Well, if GM's close enough to spot, it could go above it. Right now, what's going on Beyond is there's a shitload of short calls or short puts being sold, and that's pulling Gamma Max towards spot. But when it breaks out above Gamma neutral, Delta neutral, then we could see Gamma Max move back up again. If DV works at Citadel now, it just pumps the memes so Kenny can sell vol. Interesting. I doubt it. Okay, here's my revised opinion. Now that it's tweet deciphering time again. No, it's not. Okay, here's my revised opinion. Now that it's tweet explicitly names exit music by Radiohead, so he's generating his own exit liquidity, price point better than $10. DFV tweeted again. So, is he just spending his entire day editing videos? Still kind of bearish out on the 15. Yes, 52.48. Dollar's falling a little bit. Gold's still down. Oil's up. Dow's down 0.03. Russell's up. NQ is up. Hmm. 52.48.50. Hmm. By the 30? He just spent 3 years selling CCs and getting videos prepared. I figured he did like a whole edited video stream for like a whole week straight. No? I think I could do the vertical here. Do 10 wide, 30-40, but fucking nothing open for today. 34. Where did they open the 55 strikes? These are only $2. Actually, that's fucking terrible. Hmm. EOS is about to retest 50. So weekly guess I could trim it. Let's do the 31.32. Top strike is 34. It's gonna be 30.34 for 80 cents. If Jimmy really crossed the all-time high in the next 2 months and just kept moassing, what would you feel about after holding it for 3 years, basically sold it at the absolute bottom? I sold it at 1780, and I was perfectly happy to sell it. I don't like Ryan Cohen. I don't want to own stock in the company. If Jimmy kept going up, I'd just buy options. I could get equivalent leverage to what I had on shares pretty cheap. You sold all of it? Yeah. Yeah. Got out completely. I think Cohen's a fucking moron. Love DFV. Fuck Cohen. You gonna put a stop on your SPX? Not yet. And your money has been at work elsewhere since you sold it. Well, sort of. I bought a bunch of treasuries. But I figured I'd rather buy my own treasuries than have Cohen do it for me. Any thoughts of what happened to BNED? No, it just tanked. I mean, it's a shit penny stock. It's gonna do stuff like that. Like, go up 50% and then drop 50%. For my next trick, I'm gonna DRS more shares. Shut the fuck up. When your plan is to invest all your business extra cash into actually successful companies to net a gain, you clearly have no plan. I don't even think he can do that now. I mean, they still have a fiduciary duty to shareholders. Like, how much risk do you really think they could take? Beyond running its little legs, yeah, it's getting there. I wonder if I should add to my $12 calls. Eh. I bought more of the 10 on the drop. Those are doing pretty good. Am I gonna get filled on these fucking GME spreads or what? I'm not gonna pay $1 for them. I need this to go back down a little bit. Popcorn is popping. Nice. Gmail announced a share offering to pay for new AI chatbot for enhanced shopping experience. Then we'd really moon. Gary Schoening, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Butterfly's Condor is good today. They might be, but it's still way too early. How far out on Beyond? I still have some synthetic longs at 8 for Jan, but everything else I have is in June. What spread are you opening on GME? Just curious. Well, I was willing to open the 3034 at 75 cents, which it's getting close to again. But I don't want to buy it for fucking I don't want to buy it for $1. I really want you to donate memberships to all the RSS here, just so they can chat and mess with you. I'll pass. My youngest kid is watching the stream with me today for the first time. He turns 1 this month. Let's not mess up this one like we did the first one, okay? Wait, what? What did we mess up? What is a synthetic long? You sell a put, buy a call. Usually at the same strike. With all the talk about DFV today, I just want to take a second and acknowledge you've been here with us every single day for those 3 years. Hype fades, but the knowledge lasts. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Gherk's one of the last YouTubers from the Squeeze era. Yeah, everyone else quit. Usually when their audience found out they were completely full of shit, right? Like cores and trades. I don't know what to do with my upstart, so I dumped my calls and bought a couple weekly puts to hedge my shares. Do you think it's still a runner this week? I mean, it could. We haven't even hit T+2 yet, right? And Russell's pushing pretty hard today, so that's giving it a little bit of a tailwind. I would say that it's maybe not over, but if it fails 2750 on this retest, I'm cutting the rest of my position because I'm already up. I don't care. Like, what's it gonna do? Shoot up $4 more? We messed up my oldest kid, presumably from watching the stream daily. He's 3.5. But does he know how to trade options yet? I don't want to buy these for $1. Just go back below VWAP for a second. You know what I could do? I could just buy the 31, 34. Yeah, that's what I'll do. 80 fucking cents? This is nonsense. $0.80. $3 return. Oh, I hate it so much. They need to open up more fucking strikes. Maybe I just sell the put. 5 wide put. Buy the call. Oh, you know what might work here? Let me see how that's priced. Hmm. $770 loss. And the money is only $1. $1.30. Someone buy me Cornichon. Here, I'll give it a shot. Ah, I didn't get you. Dustbin's back. What's up, man? No, you're getting super stonkers in here. It's okay. I can just ban them. I tried, turd. I've been here for years and I've never been gifted a membership. I want a coupon. You would have to abandon me first. And then you could get a coupon. Maybe. Don't let him gaslight you. He can do more. I won't. Well, boys, I guess this is the squeeze. I hope y'all are ready to not quite break even. Thanks for all the profits, DD, guidance, and laughs. Can't believe I found an actual streamer who knows how to make money. Thanks, HA. Peerless. Oh, you're really getting him in here, huh? Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. No, never mind. Welcome to Cornichon, nerds. Give Peerless a shout out. Perfect trash deck. Been going strong since trash got me banned from Superstock in 2021. How are you gifting memberships to a members only chat? Because there's people that are watching that aren't members. But now they can chat. GME opening at $60 tomorrow. That'd be cool. Best thing he ever did for the stream. You know what? It's true. It's true. Trash has done a lot, but that was the penultimate move. I think I might call to stop this thing from bursting. I am a member. Yes, you are. Think of it as an intervention. Hmm. Odorous Dan, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Dan a shout out. If you're new to the stream, cover your female significant other's eyes. I got an email from WeBull this morning that max options contract position size is increasing to 5,000 contracts per position. Clearly, it's degen season again. What are you going to buy 5,000 contracts on? If the Bulls get SPX Delta positive, what is this ramp to? 30. Pretty easy move to 30 if they do, I think. They haven't yet, but they're still pushing up into the resistance. However, futures kind of looks like it's going to fail the 5250. Starting to lose a little bit of the upside momentum. Not a ton, but a bit of it's starting to fall off. It's probably going to be slow. Slow to break down. Slow to do anything today, honestly. I think the only way Kenny sells me these on the complex order book is if this dumps back below $30. In which case, then I'll be overpaying for them. Yeah, I guess I'll just put the bid at like at 95 cents and just fucking see if it fills. If it doesn't, I don't give a shit. If I close Synthline in a cash account, is the collateral for the short put available immediately or the next day? Next day. T+1 for option settlement. PPI is keeping me from entering anything long, even though I kind of want Netflix spread up to 630. Yeah, Netflix looked pretty fun this week if it gets some legs. It's still holding above 600, but I would say that a test of 600 or 605 is probably a better entry if you want to try to play a breakout. However, if PPI and CPI are shit, it's gonna hurt it. Sima's wife just texted me a picture and said, "Would an AI send you a picture of this? I'm afraid this is a trap. How do I respond?" I mean, just take the same picture and send it back. See if you create see if you can break it. That's the end of this month. BOFH. End of this month, we moved to T+1 settlement on stack. Jimmy trying to halt down. He's trying to give me my fill on my fucking spread. No, it's not. How did that go up? God damn it. I need this shit to trade sideways. Ridiculous. But now I don't want to buy it. Ooh, nice. Back above the short calls. Hmm. What time is it? 12:30? Hmm. Need to go up a lot more though. Hmm. What's the spread you're selling? A collar? No. So I know you hate vacations, but where would you want to go on vacation? I don't know. I've always wanted to go to Japan. I've never gotten to do that. If shorts have only lost $1 billion today, that means the stock could still run to 1 million before they go under. Oh, Jesus. Come on. How long have you been here? Regards, Kiki. Another DFE tweet. This is from Gangs of New York. Has DFE always been this good at video editing? DFE posts 12:30 on the dot. When I move, you move. It's not 12:69 yet though. These DFE tweets seemed cooler in 2021. DFE is probably just trolling. I think there's a pretty decent chance that that's true. Kind of want to watch Gangs in New York now. Yeah, same. Ooh. I love the smell of conspiracy theories in the morning. They're the best. We're currently experiencing an issue with some of our websites and applications, which we're working hard to resolve. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Laughs and DRS. Is everyone trying to sell their DRS shares and crashing computer share? His tweets are cringy, but trolling with that level of influence is a dangerous game. No, it's not. So about the test of 5230, only if we break back above where delta's positive, which we haven't yet. That's at 27. Market manipulation's pretty distinct. I mean, fucking dickhead over at MicroStrategy caused a bank run that led to one of the largest bank failures in US history, and he's not in jail. I called it when DRS started that computer share would go down and stay down during a big run on GME. I build resilient systems for a living, and it's a lot harder than just throwing resources at it. Yeah, I mean that was a lot of people's theory. That I mean we got a lot of shit for saying it, but I agree. I always thought like computer share would fucking go under if there was enough demand on their servers. I think about it. If retail can bring down like Robinhood, which is built around retail based web trading, right, or Fidelity, which although their systems are old are quite robust, then bringing down computer share is a joke. True, but he's not an individual. I mean, he is. Individuals aren't afforded the same luxuries. Well, depends on how good your lawyers are, right? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, near end of day, most actual brokers have a hard time keeping up with SVX options prices and fills, and CS is nothing, yeah. I saw a job listing for Fidelity, and their backend is more modern than some people guess. It looks like they use Kubernetes and Python fairly heavily, unless that was just a modernization push. I mean, it probably depends on which backend you're working on, right? But yeah, I would say that it's pretty robust. Most of the money they input is going to go towards functionality over aesthetics. Can we short computer share now? Ooh, no. I mean, you could, but it'd be hard. Killtack, welcome to Cornichon, man. Thank you so much. Keith Gill is not an individual. He's in a movement, an ideal, a phenomenon, a new zeitgeist. I'm working on Trash Dan's back end. Ayo. Probably depends which back end you're working on. When will DFV by BNED? Probably never. He'll wait till it's 5 cents. Talk more aesthetically robust back ends. No, I said that the robustness was chosen over aesthetics, sploosh. Important data tomorrow. PPI in the pre-market. Then Powell speaks 30 minutes after open. Anything else? I mean, that's clearly scheduled in a way so that Powell can save the market from hot PPI. But there's, I think, Redbook. We get total household debt tomorrow. There's some stuff out of Europe also. I think we get German inflation prints and something out of Great Britain. Maybe maybe unemployment. We have a couple auctions tomorrow too. All right, I'll pay 95. There we go. You're increasing your BNED position after this drop. I'll increase my BNED position when they sell me shares for 5 cents. With DFE's obvious sway over the SS masses, what's his angle here, do you think? He sees something coming, or he just wants to sell CCs or high IV? I mean, vol shorts are in a really shitty position here. It's it's not very often that GME squeezes the upside of the short calls that are coming in, right? And we did that this morning. We squeezed out the $20 and $25 calls that have been building to the upside for the last 2 weeks. If that can continue, there's no stopping it, right? I mean, like, if short vol keeps trying to move in, like right now they're trying to move in at the 30 strike, right? And if we squeeze out the 30 strike, they're gonna get fucked, and the price is gonna run up to the next strike where they have short calls, and then they're gonna try to sell short calls there and bring vol down, and then they can get squeezed out again and again and again, right? So he tweeted right as we were pressuring, like his weekend tweet pushed us through the $20 sold calls, which is a big deal. We haven't squeezed through sold calls on like an OPEX run or an ETF FTD run and actually squeezed them off the chain since November Freg's Day. Freg's Day was, we squeezed out like the 200s going into Freg's Day. And that was like the last time GME actually squeezed out any significant number of short calls. So it's been a very long time since this same kind of event has happened. I mean, retail buying options has always been the most powerful thing that anybody could do on GameStop, and they're doing it. This is, I mean, this is what I wanted all along. I'm pretty sure retail's out of settled cash after today. I mean, not if they take profits on the calls they bought Friday. FCC's out for 30 at 524, 531. How would I hedge those getting called away and have exposure for a further run? Any advice would be appreciated. Okay, so you have $30 calls, 524, 531. I mean, so the best way to hedge them would be to buy the out of the money call, or you could open a debit spread on top of the call you've sold. Mm, I don't like that as much. I mean, you can gain a little bit more exposure, but your best bet is probably to like try to buy the out of the money call at like 31, right? And if you buy like a 30 or a 31 weekly, you can, and we move up, you can hedge off the loss on both of the out of the money covered calls. But if you get assigned on them, you're still going to get $30 and $34 a share. Wall Street Bets Discord's all jacked, and the shills have been outshouted all morning. It was fun. Ugh. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think Wall Street hates everything GME? I don't think they give a shit. It's so small, right? Like in the scheme of things. Does this change your feelings about the DTCC committing intergalactic securities fraud? Not at all. I think institutions came in pretty hard on the short put side as we moved into the like ETF FTD period, and they thought that they were just gonna get like a nice simple run out of this, and then DFV tweeted and turned it into a shit show. But honestly, like we were pretty close. Like if we slipped back under $15, we would have gone back onto R2K, and nobody's short GameStop wants that to happen. Think of like how much of a bitch GameStop was to manage in the early part of 2021, right? Like that's a lot of active. If it moved back onto R2K, that would be a lot of active fund pressure, and the rebalance is coming up. How do you evade taxes, Gherk? CCs for years? How does that evade taxes? You still have to pay taxes on the income. Hmm. Bull's starting to fail here a little bit. Not enough yet, but a little. Let me check SPX positioning. Hmm. Yeah, out of the money calls are falling off pretty rapidly. Still have support at 20 and 25. Futures doesn't look like it's gonna sell off very hard. But it is falling back below 52.50 again. Maybe we get another retest of the low. But I feel like they'll come in and support it. Maybe like 52, 40, 25 ES. Momentum's starting to fall off a bit on longer time frames. There just isn't a lot of it. I think GME is probably volatility sensitive at this point, so a move up in volatility would likely be bullish for it. Are you looking to get back in GME? No. Like buy shares? Absolutely not. We're gonna get some more pictures of Citadel office windows lit up at night. Do you think Jimmy will ever come back to $12 as the next cycle? I mean, it could. Right now, pull back to 15 at some point, or 15 or 16, depending on where Gamma Max moves to, is very likely. Doesn't Cohen usually buy right before the annual shareholders meeting too? Well, he might. Although this would be a terrible price to buy at. Hmm. IWM's looking weak. Yeah. Hmm. Indexes are trying to push a little bit, but Vol's still climbing. Two plus two could be spicy if we can hold these prices. What do you think the fill ratio is on GME volume today? Probably pretty decent. We should get a chunk of fails off of this that'll have to resolve out later. That's one of the reasons that this could drive GME back into cycles again. DFE's trying to get GME into the R2K by pumping it. Forget DFE tweets. I have an AI building an oscillator that tracks the length and depth of Gherk's vape pools relative to the ticker he's discussing. Thanks, regards, Kiki. That's gonna be awesome. I can't wait to see the data on that. What the fuck is going on today? A lot of shit. Fed speakers are a little bit hawkish this morning, and the upside on SPX got burned. Short calls came in, but VIX hasn't been able to be crushed out because all the fucking memes are squeezing off, right? And then DFV tweeted yesterday, and everyone went ape shit on GME this morning. It's the only time I consider playing it again is once we can define cycles. I mean, the options data is so fucking skewed right now. You can't even define gamma max. There's still like 5 strikes that have all the OI. I'm just gonna continue to sell $10 CSPs on GameStop. Ew. Also ew. That's disgusting. They're safe. They're worthless. Macro-wise, does this mean share recalls? It could. I mean, we don't know, right? It could mean share recalls. The rate at which all of the over short basket, right, or like the big short sectors are running is suspicious, but it's both freeing and frustrating to be here without any open positions. I for one love it. I should have done this all along. Just options only. No shares. I don't have to watch my account drop fucking, $200,000 in 1 minute. It's the best. Now I can just sell call spreads when shit's topping out, and I can. No, I'm not gonna buy puts. It's not worth it. Account value fluctuating wildly is one of life's simple pleasures. No, it's not. It's miserable. Covering for earlier share calls so people can vote on RC. It's not just GME though, right? It's like all of the over short sectors are running super fucking hard right now. Have you seen FTSE 100? Can I pull it up on here? I don't know what the ticker is on WeBull. Look at this shit. Since like April 23rd, it's just rocketed. It's up almost like 8% now. Is UK a meme stock? Yeah. Covering for earlier share recalls so people can vote out RC. That'll never happen. Yes, because they shorted themselves with Brexit. Why did FTSE 100 squeeze up? Uh, Probably moves in the pound, falling inflation, expectations of rate cuts this year. There's a few reasons, but massively shorted, right? So a lot of it's short squeezing out. Is the Bina drop concerning or nah? I mean, I don't care. They're still gonna sell shares at 5 cents. You know that, right? Ooh, we did it. Why do we always have to leave a fucking gap? Ow. They force the gap to help them catch the knife. No, it's because they sell puts to try to stop it from falling in the first place, and they blow the spread out. The gap is like when a chick leaves something important at your house to have an excuse to come back. Let's hope that's true at 34 on GME. New DFV tweet. Was this the Paul Walker thing? Oh, he's driving off into the sunset, drifting. 80 cents over my ask. I see. Alright, Delta fell off a little bit with the drop. Back to negative. It's just fucking dump. Beyond starting to push up again. You notice how all the GME bottom peaks of the day correspond with DFE tweets? Pretty close. He's got to keep the hype going. $30 holding up pretty nicely. Give me 1 second. I think someone's at my tour. Yep. Dumping. Holy shit. Oh, I shouldn't have opened my fucking door. '15 support should be pretty weak. Unless something changes substantially. There we go. '10 has a little bit more support, however. I'm gonna sit in this fucking put all day. I better make some money out of it. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just trying to look at yeah, I mean we could fall to 205. Pretty decent put interest all the way down. I don't know about support here. Support here can be detrimental because of the calls at 5220. So we definitely want to lose 5212. But if we do, 5205, I think, is the next test. And Vol's rocketing, which is a good sign. His DFE tweets being every 30 minutes exactly is very weird. I said bless you in an empty room. Thank you guys. If indexes tank this week, will memes tank too? Based on downside liquidity generated from ETFs? Yes. Yeah, it could active fund selling could provide liquidity on the downside. Ooh, that's a bingo. Kind of wonder if this volume is R2K. Well, we wouldn't be going on to R2K if the market cap's high enough, right? So we'd stay on R1K, which is exactly where they want to keep GME. They don't want all that active fund flow blowing up their short vol all the time. Yeah, I'm 100% on board with the idea that a chunk of this is to keep GME on R1K. Way too close to slipping into the far more volatile index. Not interesting weird, but weird like he's a weird dude. Do your vape pulls match how long it took DFE to write each tweet? I mean, he's got to be just spending 30 minutes editing videos and then pushing them out to Twitter, right? God, I love the SPX. You know, you trade GME for a minute and you forget that the SPX just MOASS every day. That's an awful lot of support. The fuck was that? Oh, well, I didn't get stopped out. Nice. All right. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Should I go long here for the bounce back to 20? Or is this gonna fail? Huh. Longer term time frames are kind of bearish. Wait, there's no fucking way. It was $8 for the fucking call? What? Oh, that's the put. There we go. 405. Hmm. There's a chunk of profit taking. You skipped over my member chat. Sorry. Plot twist. It's DFV's brother tweeting. That'd be kind of lame. Fill the gap. Thank you, Arnold. It isn't obvious. Isn't it obvious end of gag order? Is it? I mean, we have no idea. We don't know if there's a gag order in place or not. I'll bet $1,000. Why don't you just? I mean, we'd have to. Somebody would have to find it. I'm sure the enterprising people of Superstonk, with all the fucking time they waste, would have just been searching any court filing for Keith Gill's name over the last 3 years, right? Was that it? Back to 52.25? 52.20. I don't know if we go back to 52.25. Maybe. We could fill that little gap right there. Gag order, yes. NDAs, no. I mean, how enforceable are NDAs, though, realistically? Can't spend money on a Pacer sub when trying to TRS the float. I love extending credit to those you know don't deserve it. Mm. What's looking more bullish? Upstart or Beyond? I mean, Upstart had a nice run today. Beyond, they're still trying to keep it under the short calls. They're doing an okay job. We're almost back under 750 again here. But it's getting close, right? Beyond's getting really close to breaking out. Upstart, on the other hand, is kind of like, sorry, starting to wind down its run. I'm out, by the way. Yeah, I'm out of this entirely. Losing 2750 is not good. And then it failed it on the retest, right? So, um, it might get T+2 action again. Maybe tomorrow or Wednesday if it holds 25. Upstart's still very illiquid overall, so it may need additional covering, but it does look like it's beginning to see a peak. So I would look to maybe it runs a little bit tomorrow. I might hop in on it or Wednesday. But with PPI and CPI, the risk is kind of high. Bulls could keep pushing here. I don't think they fail a test at 52.20 after that much capitulation. Do you want to add to my GME debit spreads? It's holding, so as long as it holds 25. Two. How low could BTU go if China data releases are bad? I'm thinking of pulling back CSP just in case. I mean, BTU is pretty well supported here. I mean, expectations from analysts aren't that China's like industrial production and stuff are going to decline. And that's also later this week. The thing I would worry about most with China right now is the medium term lending facility tomorrow night. But like industrial production's expected to rise, so are retail sales and fixed asset investments. So, that could be pretty good for China on the other side of this. Oh, I got the fill. Yes. Nice. World Beyond rise too if the shorts are blown out. Right now, Gamma Max on Beyond is at 1007. So we could see a move to 12 or like 1150. Yeah, like 1160 to $12. Once the hedge flips, though, Gamma Max might move up again. What's really important though is Delta and Gamma Neutral have gotten very close to spot. They're $8 and $8.65 respectively. So there's a shitload of put selling going on right now. Which makes sense. I mean, the yields on sold puts are really attractive. Hope all is well. Outside of DFE weirdness, Jimmy looking like a repeat of Freg's Day over the next couple of weeks. No, I mean, I feel like if Jimmy holds 25, we're gonna see more like volatile upside spikes like we saw this morning. Especially if we squeeze out the 30s. Are you eyeing any calls for GME? I picked up some $4 debit spreads for the weekly. I feel like I got a decent price on them. Although the spreads on them are fluctuating like crazy. Jesus, the ball's getting crushed super hard. Does anyone trading on Thinkorswim after the Schwab merger have infinite settled cash on cash account? That's a good question. Are you allowed to use the infinite settled cash? Is DV allowed to say it's not over until I say it's over? I mean, he can say whatever he wants on his fucking anonymous Twitter account. Withdraw it all now? Russell ranking day was April 30th. So any move in indices should be decided already? No. GME was 11 that day. Well within the R2K range. But maybe lists leaked, or people just know it has to move? Hmm. Let me see something. The Russell 1000 is reconstituted on the fourth Friday of June. This is June 24. Basic methodology. Where the fuck is rank day? Rank day is the last business day of April. Membership eligibility determined using public information available on rank day. Market capitalizations calculated at market close. Is rank day the same for the R2K as it is for the R1K? In which case, this buying could be the shift from R1K to R2K. We don't have the published list yet, though, right? List starts coming out 5/24. That'd be interesting. Yeah, if GME's moving back to the R2K, its weighting increases substantially. Next on May 24th, FTA disclosed preliminary list of indexes in the marketplace. Yeah, we need to keep an eye on that. GME's gonna get real fucking spicy if it goes back into R2K. Ooh, you know what I could check? I could check correlation between GME and IWM and see if it's picking up. Because I'm a Chad. And I can do these things. And that would tell us if R2K is buying in. Well, a little bit. Not really, but could give us some insight. Yes. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, it looks like positive correlation between GME and IWM's been picking up since May 3rd, which would have been right after, that'd be the right after the well, actually, since April 30th, which would be right after the reconstitution, or right after the nerd alert. How dare you? This is very compelling, Dork. Hold on, let me look at it on the daily, because it's probably fucked up. So April 29th it started picking up, and then today's super negatively correlated. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense given how hard it ran, right? I mean, the timing matches up. You're not making my Jamie bear call, so you'll save. Sorry. It's not my job. The power of the stocks compels you. Well, if positive correlation is increasing between GME and IWM, that could be indicative that GME is being added into IWM ETFs, which would explain why it's running hard as fuck, right? GME's weight in IWM is substantially higher than it would be in the R1K. Like R1K it's in there with like stocks like Microsoft and Apple and shit, right? GME's weighting as a percentage of the total index is almost nothing. But GME and R2K is like one of the largest stocks in R2K, maybe besides like SMCI. There's like a few others that are kind of big, but and I think most of those are moving out of the R2K. Any chance CPI PPR are good and the market rockets tomorrow? It could. If they're cool, yeah. I don't think CPI will be, but there's an off chance that PPI could be cooler. And it just tripled its weighting this week. Yep. IWM dropping. I'm ruined. That sounds aggressive. Looks like bulls may still try to push SPX a little higher. We might see indexes climb more into end of day. It doesn't look terrible. It's a little bearish right now, but momentum's kind of swinging back favorably. It's very slowly, but it is swinging back. And we got solid support on ES at 52.33.50, which is our next support to the downside. Right. I don't know if you can see the wick, but like nailed that test. So we're looking at 52.50 for a breakout. But I would say that we could at least test that, right? Or come very close. Even if we stay on trend. The test there doesn't seem bad. Also, this consolidation's starting to get kind of... Yeah, that's a little bearish. But we could still test the upside. Maybe they just dropped coffee from CPI? No. They dropped a specific measurement of coffee from CPI that hasn't been used since like 1988. That whole Twitter thing is bullshit. So we clean cross 30, hold above it, head to 40. If Jimmy clean crosses 30, it needs to squeeze off the short calls at 30. But yeah, it could run up higher. I don't know if it'll get to 40. That would require quite a lot of effort, but it's not impossible. There's like this whole thing on Twitter about them cutting coffee out of the CPI, but it was like an old data set for a specific measurement of like pre-ground coffee prices that hasn't been used in forever. So everyone was like, "Oh, they're removing coffee to stabilize inflation. Look at this bullshit crime on paper, but it's really not." Cheese and plumbing services are down though. Inflation is solved. USD JPY cleared 156. It was above 156 earlier. It's yeah, just still above 156. Leverage is getting fucking spicy there, and the forward yield on vol is starting to push towards positive again. Like we're getting very, very close to fucking losing all of the ground we've gained. Bulls are on a razor edge here. And I think everyone's scared to go deeper into the carry trade because they think Japan's going to intervene again above like 250 or 156, 157, which they very well could. Support at 204. Support here at 20. Kind of losing it though. Vol's turning up. That's never a good sign. Hmm. GME's breaking up. Bullish. Yeah, moving back to retest 30. You short yen and long the dollar. And then you can use that to create a spread, right? And you can lend against that spread, and so you can make a lot of interest-based income off of it. So basically, you can take all of your shitty US securities and you can pump them into Japanese banks where you can get more margin off of them, and then you can lend that money back in the US at a spread between, like the current lending rate, which is like, let's say mortgages, it's like almost 7%. And you're borrowing that money at the Bank of Japan's rate, which is 0.25%. So you get a 675-point spread. This allows banks to keep lending, liquid lending, despite the federal funds rate being excessively high. Well, at least high historically, not high in its effectiveness. Should be cool if Jimmy was the log on the fire that finally burnt the house down. It won't be. Way too small. But that doesn't mean it can't benefit from the moves, right? Copper's up 2% today. Jesus Christ. Bulls better get ES fucking back under control. If you wanted a stock to bring down the market, you'd need Apple to move like GME. Yeah, Apple could probably pull it off. GoEV maybe testing 3 in the near future. It picked up a little bit of volatility today. They have earnings. Really annoyed I didn't get in rent when I called it out a couple of weeks ago. That dumb shitco bitch is also running good the past week. Oh, nice. That's too bad. Someone dropped 10 mil on costs. Would the fabric of space-time be no more? Ridiculous. Everyone knows that a crash would destroy all the money we have made, right? I don't think so. No. I think they think it'll make like GME MOASS or something. Oil up, Zom down, checks out, indexes, Lawrence. SPX down. Oil up, SPX down. Why is the Bulls mojo so weak? Because they lost their support at 52.20 and then they didn't regain it on the bounce. So they need to try again or this is going to bleed off even more. And they're also not shorting vol very hard. Which may be some skittishness. Given the lack of downside support, I could see why. They already got squeezed out hard earlier on the 211 test. You mean Rolodex? Do you have one of those? I've always wanted one. Push here. It's not really turning around much though. Any concerns about HBM earnings tomorrow? No. I mean, even if they're bad, I don't care. Any thoughts on GoEV earnings? Aren't they actually making a tiny bit of money? They just started making a tiny bit of money. They're projecting big revenues for this year. A lot of people don't believe them. If they continue to project big revenues for this year, that could be bullish. All right, they just need to say the right things to bring in the hype train. If IWM hit 206 plus, that'd be so cool. Go ask BlackRock to do me a solid, please. Has it even been at 206 today? It did earlier, right? Yeah, a little bit. I was kind of just thinking maybe like back to 205.30. I'd be okay with that. Although it's bleeding off pretty hard and it's below GN, so it may not get a good bounce. Hmm. Jamie's moving back up to VWAP. Is it 280? Hmm. Rivian moved up 10% today. I'm surprised Neo didn't have a better day given that Chinese auto sales were up so much. Two 530 sold. Please deliver results in the next 30 minutes or face consequences. Any thoughts on GoEV earnings? Are they actually making a tiny bit of money? Jimmy holding up well so far. We can't seem to get above the resistance at 30. There's a lot of sold calls. OpenAI just announced ChatGPT's new real-time conversational chat. The model can understand both audio and video and can even detect emotion in your voice. I don't believe it can do any of those things accurately. What am I feeling right now? Regards, Geeky. Jealousy. What the fuck is IWM? There we go. On TOS for GME, there's a 55C on the chain for the weekly. Ooh. Not on here yet. It's interesting. Maybe they're starting to open them up. That would be great for understanding my wife. That's a great boomer joke. Yes, it is. GoEV insiders have reportedly been studying the last few earnings calls for NVIDIA, taking notes on how to pump a stock. They just need to study the earnings calls from the early days of Tesla, like the early days of Tesla's big run. Beyond got any tip action? They haven't crossed over yet, but they're very close. We're just chilling out right next to each other. Again, forced covering not until Wednesday, so. Ooh, IWM gonna get a little breakout. GME's poking its head above 30 again. CHA including every dollar up to 55 on TOS now. I wonder why it's not updating here. It should be available. Huh. Alright, there's some support. Why aren't they pumping indexes before PPI? They tried this morning, they got stuffed. Out of curiosity, has anyone from Wall Street asked you about your tips? I don't know. I've had a bunch of people ask me about them. I just don't answer them. I've had a bunch of people try to figure it out. They've all gotten it wrong. Did your BlackRock whistleblower report even pay off? I would never whistleblow. That's how you end up dead. What a stupid idea. What a bull suck, Dad. Because Delta's negative. Snitches get stitches. Exactly. Spoken like a true Boeing holder. I don't have any Boeing. Oh my god, we're so close to 1269. It's almost rip time. Oh wait, no. 2 o'clock? Why is this set to fucking Central Time? What the shit? Hold on. My futures broker is locked into Central Time. Which is fine, but weird. Why won't they let me fucking change it? Welcome to the Midwest. You got Chicago'd. Yeah, I see that. No new DFE tweet in a while. 4 minutes, right? You can do it, Bulls. Spent all this money. Chart's still super negative into the end of the day. Yeah, short VIX back down to 13. Do it. You've made me a gambling addict. Can you draw something on the screen? You did that to yourself. Or you already were one. All I know is the ghost of Jim Simons is pretty wild, man. Maybe DFV sold his Twitter account. I wonder what that would be worth. That's gotta have some value. Where's Frag? I don't know. I assume he died in a horrible spawning accident. Or he was cannibalized by one of his children. Yeah, I know. A few people said TOS are showing weeklies up to 55. Noted. Let's see if it can hold its breakout over 30, though. Strikes open up on WeBull for GME. Nice. Did they? That's interesting. Ah, you piece of shit. Oops. Hmm. 217. VIX moving up. Delta slipped back to negative again. That's pretty fucking bearish. $16.50. Jamie breaking up. SV, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added to the country club. I'll take care of it after the stream. Thank you so much, man. Look at volume at the end of chain GME call. I see it. I still don't have them open in WeBull, but I see it on IBKR. Maybe I just need to restart WeBull. I wonder if that forces an update on the chain. Nope, that didn't work either. I'm back to lose money, boys. Nice. Ooh, they added a bunch of features for fucking futures trading. Hold on. Plot twist. Do you have you opened up an AMC position because it's a great value play? Oh, that's bullshit. Let me see. QQ. Hmm. That was a hard rejection. Do you have one of those old people keyboards, 4x the size? No, it's a normal, well, it's a normal size keyboard with a 10 key. When interview with Tarable? Oh, fuck off. I think people started thinking DFV was actually a cat due to his radio silence, so you need to post some shit on X to convince them otherwise. Maybe. QQQ looks pretty weak too. Bull's getting shrimped on. Still a decent amount of puts to the downside. Under 20, but almost all of the upside calls have fallen off. It looks like bulls will try to keep 15-20 and or 20-25 into end of day, but another failure here, we could retest 210 again. Futures is still a lot weaker. Like, futures didn't even test the trend on this bounce. Supported 233.50 last time, so if we lose 233.50, we could test like 52.25, which is it's like 52.05, a little lower than 52.05. 52.02. What's Jimmy's PE? 823. What's your Brick B position? Not down enough, but it's still under where I got in. I want to see it lose 395, I think. I've had more Little halts than DFV tweets. Fair. Not high enough to buy an order of magnitude. For comparison, what is NVIDIA's PE? 75. I'm gonna put him in jail. I need Beyond to run to 10 tomorrow so I can feed my wife's boyfriend's cat. Could you ask DFE to tweet something? Why would he tweet anything about Beyond? GameStop needs a forward PE of roughly 8,300. VIX looks odd. Yeah. Demand for volatility is up quite a bit today. I think people are worried about hedging off inflation over the next couple of days. There's a bit of demand for long vol. Look at core 1 month. Dispersion's breaking down super fast on the shorter time frames. Also, consumer inflation expectations were way up today. 3.3 versus 3 last month. So, quite a big bump. I think the largest move in inflation expectations since June of 2022. Even if this doesn't come with a significant drop in labor, people are going to get scared of a recession. I don't have any gambling dens. I think it's too late to buy some YOLO weeklies on GME. Eh, risky. If you tweet a pickle video, would you fangirl? It's ridiculous. I'm already a fangirl. How low does Jimmy have to go to allow us to roll CCs for a hefty profit? You can roll them now. I mean, it just depends on how far out you go. You are, but you'd aggressively buy back in if he tweets a pickle video or something alluding to the stream. Don't lie either. Let me be very clear. I will never, ever, ever own shares of a company that Ryan Cohen owns for the rest of my life. I'll buy options. I'll sell options, but I will never own another share of GME again. Did you sell Nordstrom? The second Cohen bought in. Yep. Rode the wave, got out. Wow, rude. Maybe. If SPX replaced with GME, would you stop trading? That's not going to happen. What kind of hypothetical is that? They're not. Get the fuck out of here. I know you're sad that Zom is down today, but that's ridiculous. I just gifted you a share on computer share. No, you didn't. That's sad. I just miss you. We never see each other on Fink's boat. I know. I know. I've been busy. I gotta keep selling vol. That's our assignment. We're not allowed to stop. What if DFE posts fundamental analysis, DD, and GME comparable to his 2020 stuff? Wouldn't agree with it. Agreed with it back then, but he was technically wrong. Definitely don't agree with it now. That's the sweetest irony of DFE, right? Was that all of the analysis that he did was completely incorrect. Jimmy never even made more money off another console cycle, right? Their earnings fucking sucked. But Ryan Cohen bought in and squeezed the fucking stock. How many new members did you get today? Locking out the Grays. I don't know. Some. We bought a bunch of people. We bought a bunch of people memberships. So there's like 25 new Cornishons running around. There's a few people rejoined Billionaire that have been gone a while. Twitter space with Andrew Tate and Pulte right now. I hate this timeline. They just needed to find each other. SPX is having trouble breaking 5220. Sideways chop for the rest of the day. Definitely possible. We could absolutely get stuck between 20 and 25. But if losing 20, we can fail, right? So they can't really let us slip too far below 20. Because vol will spike again and we'll fall over that wall of support. I'm an old poor Cornishon. Already canceled my membership renewal. Nice, Daniel. So Divy was right about the squeeze potential, but gigantic institutional investor bought into cause and destroyed his fundamental analysis. That's actually funny. That kind of is, yeah. JC, I'm back, Shill. You son of a bitch. When did you leave? I could have sworn I saw you in like Discord chat like a week ago. I rejoined because I made a decent chunk of change on the SPX dump. Only fair I rejoined. Oh, the one earlier. That was nice. Restore my Ko-Fi mod access. It's all yours. Here. You're gonna need something else. Hmm. What is it? You have any quick thoughts on PPI for tomorrow? I'm sure you'll write expectations for Pickles Picks tonight. I'm just wondering if you think it's hot enough to gap down at open. Thanks. If it's hot, we'll probably gap down at open. Or we're definitely going to see inflation expectations priced up, right? We're going to see Fed fund futures pull back on the rate cuts. We're going to see like VIX, the forward yield on vol pick up. We're going to see dollar rise. PBI is expected to be pretty flat over last month. Still increasing at 0.2% a month, but just 0.2% a month. Hotter would be bearish. At least initially, like we could open lower and then we could rise throughout the intraday. Like maybe on a depends where we close tonight, but maybe on a bounce of like 5,200, and then they'll try to push it back up and stabilize into CPI. Hey, you, do you have what? Swill, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Dillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Even more tinfoil. Give people a meme run so they don't notice the SPX crash draining their 401k in June and July. I don't know. I still want to see more memes run to say that this is like share recalls, but it could be. Any thoughts on SBR? Is that the royalty trust? Hold on. Interesting. What about it? Payout ratio is a little high. That's a reason they can't keep it up, though. I'd have to look more into what they own. Could be attractive. Especially if we see a surge in commodities, right? I mean, look at like 2022 performance into early 23. Definitely like a bear market play though. Hmm. Delta's getting kind of close to positive here. Still needs to break above 52.23. Big vol short. I don't like the cat hasn't broken out yet. It looks good, but I don't want PPI to stuff this run. What, you breaking out Guybrush today? JC came back. Had to. I'm not sure the Greeks are beyond Discord. Yeah, sure, no problem. There's still Dans alive? Lots of them. Jimmy's pretty irrelevant for days like today, though. GM is pretty irrelevant for days like today, though. I mean, no. It still represents the point at which the market maker is gonna stop hedging upside gamma. There's Delta, which is a whole nother story, right? But it's just blown past it. So I mean, it's like $15, but GME's blown way past it. I regret coming back. What about Carl? Oh, okay. Well, fuck you. I'm getting rid of Guybrush then. Fucker only makes the stock go red anyway. Carl's still here. It's based on options zone. Options positioning massively changed intraday. Yep. Yes, it did. Wouldn't GM have massively changed from open? I mean, not necessarily. It really depends on where calls were bought and how the positioning moves around. It should. It should change. But GME's been trading above Gamma Max now for several days. I sold my position in December. At the top of that run. I'm still very happy about that. I had to SREF today. Nice price. Nice. SPX about to do another dumper. If it fails this, it might. They just tried to push vol down pretty hard. It doesn't look like it's working out for them. Still got to break below like 1750, 52, 50, 52, 1750-ish in order to start to hit that ramp to the downside though. Beyond's pushing 750 again. Needs to get above 8. It's a loose cannon. It depends on call buying at this point. We're above the 30 strike right now, where all the sold calls came in today. So this could get squeezed off. Do you see your prediction this week? Into the 5100s? I still think hot CPI could see us drop, but I can't change the prediction. The options data, like from today, is encouraging. I have no idea what's going to happen at the end of the week. We're 3 major macroeconomic events away from Friday. I hope my Vega puts turn into Delta puts. That's the dream. Neither of DV tweets. I know everyone wants to interpret them, but it seems like he's having fun. I'd assume he doesn't have a non-traditional edge anymore. I don't think so. But I mean, I think he saw that there was pressure and that he could do something with that. I think that was pretty obvious, right? $30 sold calls or what expiration or doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, there was a huge pile of sold calls at 20 on Friday, and his tweet over the weekend squeezed us through those, right? Which is what drove a lot of the price action today. Not only did we squeeze those, we squeezed the ones at 25 as well. So all the short vol that was piling in into the end of the last week and crushing volatility out just got fucked hard today. Don't even fucking try it, poopy pants. The moon's not real. We've been over this. Halt into clothes. I mean, that's what happened in like Feb of 2021, right? When he started tweeting all this shit in the first place and getting everyone hyped and buying the dip. There was just a shitload of short vol sitting on top of GameStop and it all squeezed off. When is RC gonna do another share offering? God only knows. He should do one. It would be smart. They don't have enough money. So 34s are gonna print? Maybe. Maybe even 40s will print. They have $1 billion? What do you mean? That's not a lot of money, Al. That's a very small amount of money. Warren Buffett could buy Jimmy like 1,000,000 times over with his ass cheese. That's 1,000,000,000 more than me. You're not a fucking corporation. Please never say that again. That Yeti mug is so Bushwick. It's not a Yeti mug. Berkshire's total assets are like over $1 trillion. You know that, right? So you can buy it 125 times over. What are they going to do with $1 trillion? Buy a country? They don't need to. They already own one. Why the fuck would he want to? I wouldn't buy GME at $10. I'm definitely going to buy it at 30. Holy fuck, our brains can't comprehend how money scales. Yeah. The law of large numbers. Who's this Berkshire company you keep talking about? The shoe company? They make textiles. Berkshire stocks? I only know the law of small numbers. Don't you work at a fucking REIT? I've got to meet with attorneys for a losing battle at work again in a couple of minutes. I just like missed everything about my existence today. I'll be looking forward to the end of the day wrap up later. Thanks, Kirk. Thanks, Jen. I'll see you later. RC probably sold a bunch of puts on GME when it was at $10. That would have been good. Careful, Gurk. You might get banned from Superstock with that type of talk. And if you do, how would you survive the hit on your monetized content? I don't know, man. I thought Berkshire was just a ham company. Hmm. Are you going with longer dated puts on your straddles this week? No. I might go with shorter dated calls, but I'm not going with longer dated puts. Buffett could buy Jimmy personally 10 times and have money left over. Jimmy is a very small fish in a gigantic pond. I know. But it's really important to a lot of people, almost like a religion. Linus put their pickle in my jar. Say something cool about GoEV. It looks fun. Shorts had to put it on reg show in order to keep it from squeezing after the reverse split. It had some bouncies today. I think they have earnings tomorrow. Likely to sell off back to 20 if we do test 30, or does it get pumpy? No, I don't think it gets very pumpy unless more calls come in. I think right now it's kind of hard to get above 25. But yeah, I mean, if Delta turns positive and more calls come in, we could move back up to 30. Still too early for an iron butterfly. And it's probably not, but it is. Bulls are doing their damnedest to keep this from failing. Although Gamma's starting to fall off its spot, so we're getting short calls coming in as well. If enough of them come in, it'll turn it around. Probably at the 25 strike now. They already sold a shitload at 30 and 35. Sorry I'm late. Are we rich yet? I'm up $100. So, yeah. Do you still wear velour jumpsuits? I own a velour jumpsuit. I don't wear it. Go EV affected by new EV tariffs? No, they manufacture all their products in Oklahoma. That's bullish as shit for them. Also, that's still just a fucking rumor. There's nothing there. It's unsubstantiated. $100 total or $100 per share. Actually, scratch that. Show the jumpsuit. Too bad I'm not Pigeonwheel anymore. If I was, everyone would be impressed by my calf picks today. Fair enough. I've been here for like 34 months and still have my DRS of 1 at $11. You can't stop me, Ken. What stock are you talking about? Go EV. When you get clothing tailored, how much does it usually cost you? What, for like a suit? I don't know, like 3,200, something like that. I don't spend that much on them. Shirts probably like 300-400 a pop. Who's fucked beyond belief, but it's not. Guess who's fucked beyond belief, but it's not widely reported on yet? Ooh, who? Fidelity shows 67K OI at $34 for May 17th. Sounds promising for tomorrow at least. Yeah, as long as we hold 30. Sounds about right. I spent 2,300 on my last suit, and I'm in the Midwest. Huh. Do you use Dr. Bronner's? Yeah. Peppermint. Tingly nuts? That's correct, Mikey. quite tingly. Twin. Curious Week something beyond. It's doing that shit where it goes up. Still under $8. I could kind of give a shit less. Alright, we need to get above the sold calls at 8. Then it's got some potential. Fannie's having a massive amount of internal issues and are not responding timely to the CRE situation at all. Oh, that's awkward. These Attila will fit your suits for way cheaper. Buy off the rack, have it fitted to you. But then you can't choose your materials. Many properties are being refinanced at the last minute, and nearly everyone is reporting huge issues when working with Fannie Mae. By end of year, Freddie's going to be filled up with that. With what? That or what? With what they can handle, if Fannie doesn't get its shit together, it's going to be a really big problem when agency lending goes boom. Nice. Beyond's really starting to move there. Nice. IV's starting to price up. It's got a little bit of volume too. Why didn't you get tailored clothing, or you could just have Dan's drape themselves over you for free? It's hard to keep them in place when I'm moving around. I guess we could try that thing where I wear the Velcro suit again. But last time all your feathers got stuck to it. We just need to wear one of the chest harnesses, and we can clip the Dans on and stop them from sliding around. You mean like one of those baby things that you like that people like put their baby in and walk around with, but for an adult person? I don't know, JC. I'll have to think about it. Tom Ford, they're okay. I don't particularly like them very much. Bricadia, Berkshire, and Jeffrey's love child is going to try to step in and fill a gap in agency lending. That's keeping all the new senior lending going. Nobody wants to work with the banks, and I've seen one, but it came in leather, and the guy was crawling. Beyond a break 810, and we're going to Andromeda. I don't know about Andromeda, but a break of 8 would be cool. I'm buying so many BX put leaps. I mean, that might not be a bad choice. How about just BlackRock? Right? Oh, conflict of interest. Lame. Expensive? Is it? It's not that bad. Huh. I actually think it's a better price. Beyonding's a break 780. Third test 785. You gonna play the Power Hour song? I don't know. Maybe. GME, more volume today than all of 2023. It might be getting close. 151 million. More volume today than the last like two bigger runs on it. More than the December run, I think, or close to it. That was like 100 something million. Here's a question. Yes. Any idea why KMI is having such a hard time moving up when there's no resistance ahead of it? No? I mean, there is. There's resistance at 20. 2033. 2250. It looks like it's still accumulating. Will GoEV go higher than GME? Probably not. That seems absurd. You're right. BLK is maybe better right now. God, you're a god. I mean, those 500 puts for Jan 2026 look tempting as fuck. Especially if you think like just broad assets are gonna come down in price. I would short the fuck out of BlackRock. They have all the equity, so if all the equity gets destroyed. What do you say about GME closing below 30? Wouldn't be good. It might not be that bad, but it wouldn't be. Initially, it would not be good. Because below 30, the MM can start dumping its hedge. We almost fell into that earlier. We came pretty close. Back when we tested like 28, but we managed to dig ourselves back out of the hole. The problem is if this slips too much and it loses these local supports, the MM's just they're gonna dump all of that fucking gamma, and they're gonna dump it quick, right?
Five, four, three, two, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Why does it close out my GME sold 2025 puts? I mean, do you want to buy GME at 20 or 25? I immediately thought of you. What does that say about me? Val Kilmer is awesome, and you know it. I'm targeting 20. The move up from 18 to 20 has been a slug. I was wondering if there's some options reason behind that. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure KMI is something I track. It's usually got a pretty dead chain. No. There's probably sold calls there. I mean, look at the long-term resistance, right? I'm sure everyone's selling all their calls at 20. I'm targeting. I haven't listened this much to stream in a year. Good times. Thanks, man. YOLO to the moon. Beyond's got a new intraday high. The fuck is going on? Vol up, spot up? Yeah, or you just approach 20 and they sell more calls and price gets crushed. My Beyond calls are back to breaking. Did you not sell any of them before earnings? I sold like half my position before earnings. Fuck that shit. It's so greedy. Jesus Christ. I'm at peak depression today. Why? Beyond needs to run to 20 to make up for me missing out on GME. That seems unlikely. Although I guess Reg Show could make it possible. It would have to squeeze out an awful lot of sold calls. Why no 5200 test? Because bulls keep buying the 50-20 call in the money every time we drop below it, even like 10 cents. Yeah, Jimmy or Beyond. YOLO weekly is better. Ugh. Jimmy definitely has more interest, hence more potential. But beyond calls are, I mean, they're not really cheap anymore. IV priced up a lot today. But they're probably cheaper than GME calls. I mean, the $10 call and beyond is 50 cents, and the $34 call on GME is probably like $6. 52.30 only if we can break over 25, which we haven't been able to do. Like every time we test the like these local highs, the bears just sell a bunch of calls and they crush gamma. It's the same shit that happened Friday, right? Like everyone's just short strangling now. So we move up and then you get sold calls, you move down and you get sold puts. Today maybe we have a few more sold calls than puts. Right? So things are weighed to the downside a little bit. How does today's volume compare to the previous squeeze? And if we could keep up this much volume every day, it gets comparable. Not comparable to volume as a percentage of market cap, but yeah, it's about where we're trading each day. Some days are a little more. Like leading up into it. I think once it like kicked off, we were trading like it was like a couple hundred. There was a few days where we hit like 500,000,000 volume, I think. More than. Yeah, here come the sold calls. It's pushing things down, but maybe not enough. Hmm. Still haven't regained 5250 on ES. Sorry, 1 second. Oops. Okay, there we go. 588, 498. Oh, not bad. That was a 30. Nope. It is Power Hour. I played the song. Beyond is lovely. Moon into close. Beyond going for it. That's test an 8. Getting pretty close. Squeeze out the $8 calls and could really get some legs. Oops. Can you describe your realistic best case scenario for GME? We squeeze out the 30 and the 34 sold calls, push up into the 40 ones. That happens again. Push up into the top of the chain. Keeps going. Short vol keeps trying to come in. Short vol keeps getting squeezed out. Yeah, Apple's been breaking up. Starting to push out the 185 calls. Yeah, I know 55 is the highest on weeklies. But they'll add more strikes if we keep moving up. You place with what did you place in Eurovision with you, JFresh, and Dork's boy band? We got cut in the preliminary rounds because Dork's costume was a budgie smuggler and a butt plug. Sounds like a good costume to me. That's what we thought. Apparently they had rules. That's the standard issue European outfit. Scandalous? They let the Finnish perform in that outfit. Well, everyone has their favorites. That sounds like a good way to cheat at chess. Hmm. My wife's boyfriend's cat is getting turkey liver pate tonight, and I'm going to sleep at the foot of the bed. Go beyond. You should give it beyond cat food, which is just their standard products. Missed Beyond first time, got 10C at 30. Thanks a bunch, Big Pickle. Cutting losses from 2023. Thought on cutting cap by end of day since it can cross 357. I think I might. I'm not gonna lie. I might cut cat today. I don't like carrying it into PPI. Not with the weekly debit spread. I can't believe it's not cat food. Is the basket squeezing? Yeah, it's doing some stuff. Beyond's getting pretty close to gamma neutral. need $2 more to get to positive delta. Or we're just at positive delta. Barely. Hmm. Give me 1 second. Do you still have the tinfoil VWAP hat? I just put a piece of tinfoil on my hat. That wasn't like a custom order hat that was different from other hats. 1,231 watching. Like the stream, you fucking shills. 5230. Tough. But we could test it. 28 resistance. Maybe I buy the 30 put. Will you hold your cat spreads overnight? No, I'm probably going to close them. I don't want to carry them into PPI, and cat didn't break up above 60 to get support today. Although I think it still looks really bullish. I can always just re-enter tomorrow. I think I'm okay with that. Smart to cover my cost basis on beyond and let the rest ride. I have a matching position with you. Cost basis of 8 cents for the 12s, 20 for the 10s. Up 250% total. Nice. Yeah, if you didn't, I mean, I covered my cost basis prior to earnings, but yeah, if you didn't, then it's probably a good idea to scale back positioning as you make profits, right? You can always trim a little to ensure that you don't suffer a total loss. That's advisable in any situation where you're holding something that's running, right? Oh, damn. Jimmy getting rugged hard at 3280. Fuck was that about? Wait, can I sell these for 180? Hold on. The spread on that blew the fuck up. $34 is getting shorted. Hmm. You big failure there. Charm's still positive as long as we stay above 20, though. But if we lose 20, that's exciting. Maybe I don't give a shit. Is that not going to be a little halt for GME? I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, we lost 20. That's a big deal. Big support at 218.50. Nice. Hmm. Jimmy dead? Not if it holds 30. Also, check the weekly. I don't think it matters. We broke the trend before going into the split. Didn't make a fucking difference. Hmm. Vol's pushing up. Almost a new intraday high. See, we got correlation breaking down quite a bit. Forward yield on volatility is a negative 1.30 right now. But if VIX gets above 1380, shit's gonna get really ugly. Which would, I think, really only happen if we lost 5210. But there's obviously some de-risking of short vol going on here. At least, oh, on the index, not these. These are just getting shorted. More DFV tweeting. How long has it been since we said GME halts into close? Like a week? Not even. All DFV's tweets are bearish. He's short as fuck. Him taking a new long position wouldn't align with anything he shared in his videos. Just saying. Him being involved in it still wouldn't align with any of his videos. I'm thinking which meme positions can hold against a bad PPI in the morning. Something like top or beyond be less affected. And Beyond's on reg show. Tup's not. Um, so Beyond probably has a little bit more durability. Are we power scaling meme stocks now? I love how people with like 5 shares of GameStop are making fun of me on Twitter. This will be called the Battle for 30, I wonder. I don't know. I don't think it'll last that long, one way or the other. Negative beta, negative beta. I'm cheering for the market dump. It's because all you need is one share. Just congratulate them for making some money for once. They definitely capitalized on this, right? No. Are we talking about the same group of morons? Absolutely not. So about that failure, recovered. See? We could try again in a few minutes. Or I can buy the 30 put if we test it. I capitalized on by selling CCs at 15, back when we were at 13. Winning, hashtag don't give a fuck. We're big boys now. We play a $5 range on SPX versus a $1 range on GME all day. All I want for Christmas is beyond a 30. How would you feel about $11.58? Sold. Too bad BBBY missed out on the meme run of 2024. It doesn't exist anymore. Tomorrow's PPI, Wednesday's CPI. Correct. GME up 69% and change at market open. We don't want it to close below 30, I don't think. Hmm. It's still got some room. Might find a floor right here. Delta's back to positive again. Hmm. Okay. It got rugged a little bit, but I mean, it's before close. It could still bounce back above 30 here. Waiting for Tesla to fall below 170, 160. Delta neutral's at like 168. Yeah, I mean, under 170 is probably going to be pretty rough. Could you do a poll on what? Okay, so covered my Kase so beyond with 16 runners. Let's hope these boys have their marathon legs in shape. Nice. Are you straddling? No, not yet. But overnight, yeah. Hmm. Delta's slipping negative again. So Delta's negative under like 2150. Butterfly 10 wide at 20. 5 wide 20. 50. Closer I can get that to $5, the better. Ball's breaking out again. Yeah, it's choppy. Hmm. Can we get bulls on parade into close? Sure. Nope. Maybe not. I don't know.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, give us some, set and stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, give us some, set and stop as we rock.
You already done over 10% of the volume today. We did all of last year combined. Nice. It's coming down to the wire on GME. It's holding 30. That's all it needs to do. And then I can keep going. I just like the shadow of Harambe's Magnum Dongus. Blocks out the godless sun setting over the bears. This fucking in the money put's gonna prompt if we fucking lose 20 into close. Damn, Delta's dropping off quick too. Charm negative here? Yeah, Charm's a little bit negative. Jimmy Chan 60 calls of a delta of 0.49. It's an efficient pricing model. The last time you punched someone, could you punch the market? Physically? No. Probably missed it before, but are you holding your Beyond weeklies overnight? I don't have any Beyond weeklies. I just have June OPEX. June OPEX and synth longs for Jan at 8. What are the real and BS? What things are real and BS looking forward? T2, T5, T35, etc. Question 3 years later. Willing you've studied up. I mean, T2 is going to be important, not only tomorrow morning, but Wednesday morning as well. Depending on what levels we're able to hold, right? But T2 will matter, especially tomorrow if we hold 30. Um, that's gonna put the calls from Friday, like the 20 and 25 short calls, especially in trouble. Holding 30 into close is also important for Wednesday because that's where the majority of the short calls are right now, 30 and 34. But if we can hold 30, then the MM's probably going to be more vol exposed tomorrow going into market open. And they may push up on the underlying. So I think holding 30 is good. Breaking 34 is better. I saw Gherk wallop 100 guys once after eating canned spinach, I think. Nope, that was the parking lot berries again. I would never eat canned spinach. Fresh, sauteed with some garlic. But canned, I don't think so. If we can hold 30, Gherk bullish GME. I mean, I have debit spreads. Okay, this fucking option cash settles for more than $5. Why is it worth less right now? Like, are they trying to sell the fucking 25 put into close? Back the fuck off, nerds. Ding ding. Yep, GME held 30. That's a good sign. Could you check DMs after close? Yeah, no problem. How much did you make? I don't know. 21.40, so 60 cents a contract. Not a lot. Would have preferred the close at 219, but I wasn't gonna waste a day trade on it. This tip's got to be crazy looking right now. Huh? What, on GameStop? Yeah, we can take a look at them. Give me a sec. Boop. Yeah, you guys don't need these. Yeah, I mean, looks good for a continuation at least. It's starting to flatten out a bit on the 4 hour. Might be nearing a top. Starting to see a little bit of shorting in XRT, but not a ton. I still think there's some incentive to keep the market cap elevated here, or we're seeing more like we're seeing R2K ETFs picking up GME in case it becomes included. I feel like the meme streets are gonna run all week. FOMO's just starting, probably. Yeah. We did the tweet thing again. Cool. Upstart regained 2740 into close, but it really needed to regain 2750. That might have some movement in the pre-market tomorrow as well. It's, I mean, closing higher over T plus 2 is pretty good. It still has range out to like $32, $33. Fubo's still under $1.50. Top still under 2. Beyond cleared 8 in after hours. That's a good sign. Also, the tips are crossing. So, might be go time there. That's pretty fun. Nice recovery today, though. So we'll see how that plays out. Go EV. I mean, the tips got a little closer early this morning, and then it got shorted. But, I mean, 6% higher. A little bit closer to that $3 break point. If it gets above 3, then it can pressure those 350 sold calls. And if it breaks out from there, it has a, like, it could run as high as 5. But not on Reg Show anymore, unless today's movement put it back on Reg Show, but we'll find out tonight. I highly doubt it. It's a little too soon. Impossible Meat CEO is on Bloomberg. You want some attention too. They want to dump shares all over the market at $16 is what they want. SPX stayed pretty fucking flat today. The early morning bullish positioning got crushed under the weight of hawkish Fed presidents and higher than expected consumer inflation expectations. Basically, all the data came in bad. We lost the supportive positioning at 52, 30, and 35, which we needed to break to the upside of in order to get any kind of continuation. Tomorrow we have PPI first thing in the morning. Obviously, that's going to be pretty heavily straddled, but chances are it's either flat, still positive on the prior month, or a little hotter. If it is a little hotter, we could see a bigger drop in price, maybe down to like the 5200 level where we could kind of stagnate a bit, and then possibly a pump like end of day to prep us for CPI on Wednesday morning. Kind of the same deal over here. We got a rejection, double top on the high for futures on the 15-minute, and a rejection at the top of this big ass bear flag, which I have to go out to the 1 hour to show you. But still stagnating and not really breaking higher. We're definitely not getting a clean reversal off of this, which we still need to break 53.33 to the upside to realize. Still a lot of potential for a failure. Not a lot of support in this range, and a lot of sold puts to the downside. I would look to see if we break this lower uptrend, which I think is a little off. Hold on. Maybe it's right. Yeah. Hold on. Where the fuck did I move it? Okay. I guess that's fine. We want to see that trend break, and then that opens up some range down to like 5200, maybe even like 5186. At which point, 5186, we would start to be we could probably start confirming a reversal off of that. Although I would still like to see a drop below 5150 before anything really gets bearish. Commodities up 48 points today. A little bit of pressure there. I think right in line with rising inflation expectations. The dollar moderated up a bit, but still down against the euro and the pound, up against the yen and the yuan. I think China has their medium-term lending facility decision tomorrow night. That could have a pretty big impact, especially if they cut rates. Not only would that be very bullish for them, but it would also be kind of rough for the yuan. Tomorrow after PPI, we have Redbook and we got a Powell speech at 10 o'clock. So I'm sure he's gonna try to swoop in on the wings of a dove and save this market from tumbling again and letting yields rocket up. Correlation and the dispersion trade pulled back really fucking hard today on the 1 month. Not so hard on the 3 month, but definitely a big turnaround. We see that in the demand for vol. Some of that's probably hedging in advance of tomorrow's PPI print. But some of it's just the dispersion trade breaking down. There's a lot of weakness for the bulls here, and they're already leveraged, already over leveraged short vol, right? And as volatility demand rises, as it did today, especially after this morning, and we get closer to that positive yield on the forward convexity of vol, the more and more bond portfolio managers are going to be seeking that long vol in order to hedge their risk. Skew, so a little bit more tail risk falling off. Bull's getting a little bit more confidence, although I don't think that's going to last. This is Friday's print, not today's. We'll probably see tail risk hedging pick up again today, especially with the bump and vol. So this is probably going to go, like that. 76.69% of the S&P trading above the 20-30 day moving average, and correlation between VIX and cash VIX negative 44%. So another big jump week over week from last week's correlation. It's still very early in the week. This can change dramatically, but there's definitely still a lot of money getting pumped into shorting volatility and trying to ensure that we're stable in our current range. Fed fund futures priced in and out, like a couple points today, but not a lot of change there. CPI and PPI will have probably a major effect on this, and we could see Fed fund futures price out what little tiny bit of a second rate cut that we're currently pricing into 2024. So kind of back to where we were beginning of May. Just under one rate cut for the remainder of the year. Technically, today is actually really, really bearish. I think our high for the day is actually a little bit lower than Friday's high. And the rejection off of that top actually sets us up for a little bit of a bear trap here. We would still want to see a failure of 51.89 and 51.66 on the daily. But if we go out, well, I don't even think we need to go out to the weekly. There's still a big fat gap here. Down at like 5100, 50.73. And I think on the weekly we have one at I think that's the same level, but it's like right here. Open 42, close 27. So 51.42, 51.27, 51.28. There's a big gap on the weekly. This rejection still leaves us inside on the monthly. We have not broken a newer high since March, and a failure of the long-term trend here at like 51.50 would revert this bounce and confirm that it is simply a bear rally and not a bullish reversal. Yeah, a little bit of a bear trap on the daily. Not confirmed yet. It would still need to lose a little bit of ground, but a little bit of one. 51.89 kind of starts to lock it in, but really we want to see the long-term trend lost, or the 50-30, right? The 50 MA and the 30 EMA. Like a loss there would be pretty substantial. Yeah. All right, and that's about it for today. Yeah, I'll put out some data on some of the memes in the Discord channels tonight. GME, Upstart, Beyond. Just if I forget, remind me. But it'll probably be later tonight, around midnight or so. GoEV earnings today. I believe they're tomorrow night. Yeah, Tuesday night. Thank you guys so much. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening. I'll see you all later. Peace.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.